जस्ट वेरी ब्रीफली, जो पिछले 2.5 दिन में यहाँ हुआ है वो क्यों किया, इस पर कई लोगों ने बोला है, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से हम लोग आगे चलने से पहले एक दफ़ा फिर से दोहरा देना चाहते हैं कि ये जो 2.5 दिन हमने लगाए उसकी ज़रूरत हम क्यों समझते हैं। पहली बात तो ये जो 2.5 दिन लगे हैं ये आप सबको पता है कि सिर्फ ज़ाती तारुफ पर नहीं लगे। इन 2.5 दिनों में हमने एक दूसरे के बारे में तो सुना ही है, लेकिन एक दूसरे के प्रोग्राम्स, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के बारे में भी हमें पता लगा है। तो यानी इन 2.5 दिनों में हमने वैफ, शिरकतगाह, सिमुर्ग, असर, FAO, औरत, अंजुमन वगैरह 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 वगैरह, इन सब के बारे में भी इन 2.5 दिनों में सुना है। इसके साथ साथ खुशी की पूरी केस स्टडी, जिसके आगे फिर हम चले गए कि अगर हमने ग्रास रूट लेवल पर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की बात करनी है तो उसके पीछे क्या सोच हो सकती है, होनी चाहिए, उस सब पर बात करी। फिर स्टूडेंट पॉलिटिक्स पर बहुत बात हुई है, बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान के पार्टीशन पर बात हुई है, इंडिपेंडेंस, मतलब आई वाज गोइंग टू से कि पहले हिंदुस्तान पाकिस्तान का पार्टीशन, उसके बाद लिबरेशन ऑफ बांग्लादेश। तो यानी विमेन एंड रिलीजन, विमेन एंड लॉ, इन सब मौजूआत पर हमने इन 2.5 दिनों में बात शुरू कर दी है। लेकिन जो ज़ाती तारुफ है उसकी क्या ज़रूरत समझी गई, तो मैं उसको जोड़ूंगी। कल जो हम बात कर रहे थे कि हम तरक्की या बदलाव किसको समझते हैं, तो उसमें मैंने कहा था कि हम लोग बदलाव समझते हैं जब इंसान में एक बदलाव आता है। तो इंसान में अगर बदलाव की बात अगर हम करते हैं तो हमने कहीं भी हमने इंसान से बात शुरू करनी है, जो लोग उसमें शिरकत कर रहे हैं उससे बात शुरू करनी है। आज सुबह मुझसे जुबैदा पूछ रही थी कि इस तरह की ट्रेनिंग क्यों शुरू की गई, तो मैं उन्हें बता रही थी कि अगर हम ये कहते हैं कि चीज़ इंसान से शुरू करनी है और हम एक्टिविस्ट को ट्रेन कर रहे हैं, तो एक्टिविस्ट की ट्रेनिंग भी उसी तरह की होनी चाहिए जो तवज्जो हम एक्टिविस्ट से रखते हैं। अगर हम एक्टिविस्ट को ये कह रहे हैं कि भाई तुमने गांव में जाकर गांव की बात सुननी है, गांव वालों की तुमने इज्जत करनी है, गांव वालों को ये महसूस करवाना है कि तुम्हें भी कुछ पता है, तुम्हारा तजुर्बा ही असली तजुर्बा है, तो जिन एक्टिविस्ट की हम ट्रेनिंग की बात कर रहे हैं तो उनको भी इसका तजुर्बा वर्कशॉप में या उनकी ट्रेनिंग में मिलना चाहिए। अगर हम चाहते हैं कि वो गांव में जाके या औरतों के साथ दूसरों औरतों की इज्जत करें, तो क्या वर्कशॉप में हम उनकी इज्जत कर रहे हैं? अगर हम उनसे ये कह रहे हैं कि जी एक जमहूरी तरीका होना चाहिए तुम्हारा, तो क्या वर्कशॉप में वो तजुर्बा कर रहे हैं कि जमहूरी तरीका क्या होना चाहिए? अगर हम उनसे कहते हैं कि औरों की इज्जत करनी है, तो क्या उन्हें वर्कशॉप में महसूस हुआ कि हमारी भी इज्जत हो रही है या नहीं? तो जब भी हम बात करते हैं कि डेवलपमेंट नीचे से आना चाहिए, तरक्की जमहूरी तरीके से होनी चाहिए, तरक्की इंसानों की तरक्की है, तो वो सारे के सारे जो प्रिंसिपल्स हैं वो जब तक हमारी ट्रेनिंग्स में नहीं झलकेंगी, जब तक लोग इन प्रिंसिपल्स को महसूस नहीं करेंगे, तब तक वो खाली नारे रहेंगे। और यही वजह थी कि हम लोगों ने पिछले 15 साल से या 20 साल से इस तरह की ट्रेनिंग की बात की है, और वही वजह यहाँ भी इसको इस्तेमाल करने की थी। तो जैसा मैंने आज सुबह कहा था कि हमारे लिए हर फर्द जो यहाँ मौजूद है, हर बहन जो यहाँ मौजूद है, उसकी अपनी अहमियत है, उसका अपना तजुर्बा है जो अहम है। हमारे लिए कोई आइडियोलॉजी अहम नहीं है जिसको लाके हमने थोपना है। हमारा काम सिर्फ यहाँ पर इतना है कि कुछ सवाल उठें और सवालों के जवाब हम न दें। सवालों के जवाब लोग खुद अपने अपनी जगह से, जहां वो खड़े हैं आज, वहां से वो देंगे। तो यहां सिर्फ ये है कि क्या एक साइंटिफिक तरीका है दुनिया को देखने का, एक कोशिश है कि हम जो असली चीज है उस तक पहुंच सके, उसको आंख खोलकर देखने की कोशिश करें। हम हर चीज को किसी नजरिए के उससे ना देखें, हम अपने दिमाग को बंद ना कर ले कि जी मार्क्स ने ये कह दिया था 100 साल पहले तो यही है, जी फला किताब ने ये कह दिया है वही है। मैं आंख खोलने को बिल्कुल तैयार ही नहीं हूं, क्योंकि वो किताब कह गई है सब कुछ। यहाँ बात सिर्फ हम लोग इतनी कर रहे हैं कि जिंदगी की भी एक किताब है, उस किताब को देखा जा सकता है। बहुत सी चीजें ऐसी हैं जिनको नहीं देखा जा सकता अभी, शायद 50 साल बाद समझ में आ जाए, 100 साल बाद समझ में आ जाए, उनको देखने के दूसरे तरीके अपनाए जा सकते हैं। सो रियली गेटिंग अ साइंटिफिक एनालिसिस ऑफ सोसाइटी, डेवलपिंग a scientific method of looking at things. I mean, that really is our purpose here. कि भाई, is there a scientific method of looking? And we will obviously give that method which we have found most scientific. And कुछ लोग यहाँ हो सकते हैं जो उसको ठीक ना समझें और फिर वो अपनी बात कहने का पूरा उनको मौका है। तो ये जो जाती तारुफ है कि मैं कौन हूँ, मैं कहाँ से आई, कहाँ मैं पैदा हुई, वगैरह वगैरह, इसके पीछे 7-8 छोटी बात है। सबसे पहली, हर एक को मौका मिलता है बोलने का, वरना दूसरी वर्कशॉप्स में देखेंगे आप कुछ लोग बिल्कुल बिना बोले चले जाते हैं। यहाँ भी वो फर्क है, यहाँ भी कुछ लोग हैं जो कम बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन कम से कम आधा पौना घंटा वो बोले हैं, और अब उनकी चुप्पी अगर हो भी गई तो लेकिन हमें पता है कि वो कौन है, कहाँ से आए हैं, और उनकी जिंदगियां भी कितनी लड़ाई से भरी रही हैं। अब शाइस्ता चाहे अगले 4 दिन 5 दिन बोले न बोले, लेकिन एक शाइस्ता को काफी हद तक मैं पहचान गई हूँ, क्योंकि उसने 45 मिनट तक अपनी किताब जिंदगी की खोलकर हम सबके सामने रखी। दूसरा है कि कोशिश है हर एक को एफर्म करना, टू एफर्म एवरीबॉडीज एक्सपीरियंस, कि भाई तुम अहम हो इस वर्कशॉप में, हमारे लिए यू आर समथिंग। जो तुमने सहा है हमने किसी और ने नहीं सहा, जो तुम हमें अपने बारे में बता सकती हो वो कोई और नहीं बता सकता। इसका मतलब है कि हर चीज में जो तुम्हारा किरदार हो सकता है वो किसी और का नहीं हो सकता। इन अदर वर्ड्स, each person has something to say and something to teach. There is nobody in the world who has nothing to learn, and there is nobody who has nothing to teach. उनका अपना तजुर्बा जो है उससे हम सीख सकते हैं। और जैसे मैंने शाइस्ता के न जाने मतलब कितनी बातें, उसकी हिम्मत, और वो अगर ना बोलती तो किसी को अंदाजा ही नहीं होता कि कहाँ से वो आई और क्या हुआ। तीसरी चीज जो खास है वो ये है कि एक जुड़ाव देखना हमारी पर्सनल जिंदगी और हमारे पॉलिटिकल काम में। इससे एक अंदाजा होता है कि कौन क्यों सियासत में आई, कौन क्यों खवातीन की चीज से जुड़ी, कौन क्यों मजहब से जुड़ी, उसके पीछे क्या था, और कहीं ये देखने की कोशिश कि क्या है जो हमें किसी तरफ ले जाती है। और इसके साथ साथ ये भी कि अगर हम दूसरों को बदलने की बात करते हैं, अगर हम कॉन्स्टेंटली ये कहते हैं कि जी हमने लोगों को बेदार करना है, वी वांट टू मेक पीपल कॉन्शियस, दैट कॉन्शियसनेस मस्ट बिगिन विथ मी। दिस होल थिंग दैट मैंने फलाने को, जैसे उसने बड़ी खूबसूरती से कहा था कि जी वो बेदारी का टीका लगाना है या काय का शऊर का टीका लगाना। कोई भी जब तक मैं ये कहती रहूंगी कि मैंने दूसरे को शऊर का टीका लगाना है, तब तक वो एक तरफा रिश्ता रहेगा। मैं हर एक के साथ खुद भी सीखती हूँ। तो ये जो शऊर है, ये इन एवरी केस इट हैज टू बी अ म्यूचुअल थिंग, इट हैज टू बी अ डायलेक्टिकल थिंग। तो अगर हम दुनिया को बदलने की बात करते हैं तो हमने रोजाना सुबह अपने आप से शुरू करना है कि आज मैंने मुझ में क्या बदलना है। सो by talking about this whole thing of personal, we are constantly emphasizing begin with yourself. Look at yourself, analyze yourself, reflect on yourself. पांचवी चीज जो होती है कि हमें, जैसा कई लोगों ने जो मरी में थे उन्होंने कहा, जो लोग यहाँ थे उन्होंने भी ऑलरेडी कह दिया है कि एक दूसरे के साथ एक जुड़ाव पैदा होता है, एक हमदर्दी पैदा होती है, एक उसको समझने की, हम लोग बेहतर हम एक दूसरे को समझ सकते हैं जब पता लग जाए कि कहाँ से गुजरे हैं, कैसे गुजरे हैं, क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ। तो वो एक जो बात हो रही है कि हमें लगा कि जी हम एक खानदान के हैं, तो वो एक एटमॉस्फेयर ऑफ ट्रस्ट, ऑफ कॉमरेडशिप, ऑफ फीलिंग वन, वो एक एटमॉस्फेयर पैदा होता है। और उससे डर है, छुपाने की बात है, अपने आप को बिल्डअप करने की बात है, उसकी जरूरत नहीं महसूस होती। तो वो धीरे 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 वो जो है वो झड़ के एक तरफ पड़ जाता है और हम बेसिक्स पर फिर आ जाते हैं 2.5-3 दिन बाद। और एक कोशिश इसमें ये भी है कि हमने, कई लोगों ने कहा कि मुझे घर वालों ने कभी समझा नहीं। घर वाले कहते हैं कि ये, जैसे सुबह अफशा ने कहा, सिर फिरे, पागल, दीवाने। तो कोशिश ये है कि इन दीवानों की एक बिरादरी बने, कि वो वहां से एक, अगर हम कटे हैं, एक खून के रिश्ते की जो बिरादरी है, जो हमें अब समझ नहीं पा रहा, तो नजरियाती जो बिरादरी है, एक नजरियाती रिश्ते हैं, वो बनाने की एक कोशिश है। और लगता है कि ये जो 2.5-3 दिन ऐसे जाते हैं, उससे ही ये बन सकती है एन ऑल्टरनेटिव फैमिली, एन ऑल्टरनेटिव सपोर्ट सिस्टम, an alternative group of people to whom I can go when I am in trouble. और ये होना शुरू हो गया है, होता है। और हम लोगों ने, कई ने कहा कि हमारी जिंदगी में सबसे बड़े जो सहारे रहे हैं, मनी ने कहा था, मैंने कहा था, वो सहारे हमारे घर वाले नहीं रहे, वो सहारे हमारी सहेलियां रही जो हमें समझती थी। क्योंकि घर वालों के साथ तो अब न जाने ज्यादातर बात मैं अपनी कर भी नहीं सकती, वहां जाके मैं रो सकती हूँ, लेकिन जो भी बात है जिससे मैं परेशान हूँ, क्योंकि ये सवाल ही नहीं है उनके, वो मुझे बिल्कुल समझ ही नहीं पाते। कंधा देते हैं अभी भी प्यार से, लेकिन वो घुटन नहीं समझ पाते। तो उसके लिए जो बिरादरी की जरूरत है, दैट्स द अदर थिंग हियर। देन द 8th थिंग इज, इन टर्म्स ऑफ रनिंग द वर्कशॉप, इससे समझ में आ जाती है जबान हमने कौन सी बोलनी है, कितने लोगों को जबान समझ में आएगी। तो हम सबको सुन लेते हैं तो पता लग जाता है कि हमें दूसरा के, हर एक की अंडरस्टैंडिंग का लेवल क्या है, किस लेवल पे हमने अपनी बातचीत अब 5-6 दिन में पिच करनी है, कितनी हमने बात उठानी है, कितनी गहराई से हमने जाना है, कितनी लोगों की तैयारी है बात सुनने की। और इसलिए हम लोगों के लिए, जो लोग इस वर्कशॉप को रन करते हैं, हर वर्कशॉप एक नया तजुर्बा है, हर वर्कशॉप एक नई चीज है। इसलिए कभी वो जो एक घिसा पिटापन आ जाता है हमारे अंदर, कि बासी से हो जाते हैं दूसरी वर्कशॉप के बाद, तो वही का वही कभी होता ही नहीं अगर पार्टिसिपेंट्स वही नहीं है। और अगर पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी हैं और 1-2 महीना बीच में गुजर गया है, उसमें इतना फर्क आ जाता है। आज अगर हम मरी वाले पार्टिसिपेंट्स के साथ फिर से बैठेंगे तो भी वो एक नया तजुर्बा होगा। सो दिस काइंड ऑफ अ वर्कशॉप इज always a learning experience for the so-called trainers also. They are always also learning. So these were really some of the reasons why we went through this. Very briefly on the contents of what we said about ourselves. सबकी बातचीत सुन के मुझे ये लगा कि यहाँ वो लोग पहुंचे हैं इस लेवल पर, इस सोच पर, जो जिंदगी की लड़ाई में औरत होते हुए गिरी नहीं है। यानी लाखों औरतें तो शायद यहाँ तक भी नहीं पहुंच पाई होंगी कि वो ये सवाल उठा रही हैं, वो तो रास्ते में ही गिर गई। और हर एक की जिंदगी को झांक कर ये लगा कि हर एक हम में से किसी न किसी लेवल पर, किसी न किसी एज पर आकर ये जरूर समझी है कि औरत होने के नाते माशरे में हमारे साथ कुछ ज्यादतियां हुई हैं, गलत हुई हैं, ठीक हुई हैं, किस वजह से हुई हैं, उस पर यहाँ अभी हमारी एक समझ नहीं है। लेकिन ये हर एक का कुछ ना कुछ हद तक तजुर्बा रहा है। अगर घर में उनको ये महसूस नहीं हुआ तो बाहर महसूस हुआ, पिछले 20 साल में महसूस नहीं हुआ तो 21वें साल में महसूस हुआ, कहीं ना कहीं ये जरूर महसूस हुआ है। और एक ये भी रहा है कि ज्यादातर लोग यहाँ जो आए हैं वो ऐसे हैं जो कहते हैं जी लिबरल फैमिली से हैं, काफी सारे, मतलब हमें इजाजत थी, we were just lucky to have been born in those families. Had we been born somewhere else, we would not be here. So we have to be thankful for the accident of birth in those families. And many people said that we were allowed as girls, and that itself is a reflection on the mashra. You were lucky that you were allowed, and you are conscious of that. चाहे आप ये कहो या ना कहो कि भाई आपने जाती तौर से ना किया हो, लेकिन आप इतना तो जरूर कर रही हैं, कह रही हैं कि जी I was born in a family which allowed me, and in that you are saying there were around me thousands of families who didn't allow that. और बहुत सारों ने कहा कि हमसे जो हमारे घर वाले एक्सपेक्ट करते थे वो फर्क था, और इतना सटल था कि बेटों के ऊपर बोझ है कि भाई तुमने पढ़ना है पढ़ना है पढ़ना है, करियर बनाना है। वो एक्सपेक्टेशन ही अगर लड़की के साथ नहीं थी, ये खुशी और बनी नहीं, दोनों ने कहा। Even in those families, the most liberal ones, just because the expectations were different, there could have been drastic differences in them. एक के ऊपर बोझ है, तूने पढ़ना है, तूने साइंस लेनी है, तूने वर्ल्ड बैंक ज्वाइन करना है, तूने इंजीनियर बनना है। दूसरे के ऊपर है बेटा तुम्हें इजाजत है सब कुछ करने की, but there is no pressure. Then हमसे जो बर्ताव एक्सपेक्टेड था वो फर्क था। कुछ को उसमें मार खानी पड़ी, बाप ने नहीं मारा तो भाई ने मारा, ये भी हमने यहाँ सुना। स्कूलिंग हमारी अलग हुई, कईयों ने कहा कि जी भाई को फलां स्कूल में भेजा गया, बहन को फलां स्कूल में भेजा गया। हमारी आज़ादी की जो तादाद थी, आज़ादी की जो थी लिमिट थी, वो फर्क थी। कईयों ने कहा कि बाहर निकले तो पिंच हुए, बाहर निकलने ही नहीं दिया। कईयों ने कहा कि काम का बोझ दुगना है, घर पर भी काम करना पड़ता है, बाहर भी काम करना पड़ता है। एक आइडियोलॉजी सी है कि मैंने ही करना है, बोझ सहना है, उसको लिए मैं फिर रही हूँ, फिरती रही हूँ। कईयों को माँ होने के नाते जब वो बच्चों को छोड़ती हैं तो गिल्ट महसूस होता है। कईयों को महसूस होता है कि अगर मैं बहन बेटी ना होती, बेटा होती तो शायद ज्यादा कर पाती। मतलब कई लेवल पर हमने अपने तजुर्बात में ये कहा है। इसके साथ साथ एक जो चीज सबने कही है कि सब ही इस सब के होते हुए लड़कर कहीं ना कहीं डिफाई कर कर अपनी फितरत को डिफाई किया, चाहे लोगों को डिफाई किया, आगे निकले हैं, बाहर आए हैं। और उसको सोच के मैंने ये बात मरी में भी कही थी कि जब मैं ये बातें सुनती हूँ तो वो मुझे वो जो एक सेइंग नहीं है, बिहाइंड एवरी मैन देयर इज अ वुमन, तो वो सेइंग मुझे ऐसे लगती है कि बिहाइंड एवरी केपेबल वुमन देयर आर 10 पीपल ट्राइंग टू होल्ड हर बैक। अब हमने जो समझने की कोशिश करनी है वो ये है कि हाँ ये सब तो है कि औरत के साथ ये हुआ, ये हमारे जाती तजुर्बात जो है वो बताते हैं, लेकिन क्या इस सब को जोड़कर देखने की भी कोशिश हुई है? Has there been some conceptualization of these personal experiences? Can we now, from these personal experiences, say something which is common about my society, about my class, about my country, about the world? Because these were all personal experiences. Now, can we see a pattern in these? Can we see a theory? What is a theory? Is a formulation coming out of what is around us, which explains the origin of something, which explains the relationships between things. So out of these personal experiences of various kinds, can we come up with some generalization? फिर ये होगा कि भाई, do we need to come up with this generalization? Have other people over the last 50 years, 100 years, 150 years tried to generalize, tried to conceptualize? So from now we move on to some theoretical, conceptual explanations of what we described in the last 2.5 days. Women's subordination, oppression of women, women's secondary status. So today we move on to these generalizations. So we will, and why is generalization necessary? It's necessary so that we don't say, मेरी किस्मत खराब थी, मैं ही ऐसे निकली, मेरे साथ ही ऐसा हुआ. तो जब तक हम ये कहते रहेंगे कि मेरे साथ ही ऐसा हुआ, तो हम ये कहेंगे अच्छा मेरे साथ ऐसा हुआ तो मेरे बाप को मैं घर से निकाल दूं क्योंकि मेरे बाप ने किया, मेरे मियाँ को मैं घर से निकाल दूं, मेरे मियाँ ने ये किया, मेरे बेटे पैदा ही नहीं करूं क्योंकि वो भी ये करेगा. As soon as we see a structure, then an individual is no more our enemy. Then my father is not my enemy, my husband is not my enemy, it is the structure. So once you understand the cause, that the cause is much bigger. The cause is thousands of years old. Once you understand the cause, then the solution can't be get rid of a husband, get rid of a father, get rid of a son. Then the solution has to be, if it is a structure, then the structure must change. Then my effort has to be for those many years. That has to be a long struggle. It can't be, let me go back and fight with Harun or Baljit or this or that, because that will not change society.
Do that too if you like.
Of course. But again, the thing is that the structure is formed by units. So you can't change a structure, कोई structure चीज वहाँ नहीं है, तो structure मेरे घर में भी है. So then you start looking at links between you as part of the structure. So you have to start breaking where you are. Structure is not something कि बाहर जाओ और structure में जूते लगा के आओ. कोई बाहर नहीं खड़ी चीज, structure हम सब में है, तो हम सबको वहाँ से तोड़ना है. So today we move on to these kinds of things and move on to understanding it at a conceptual level. So we will be doing terms like, इस सब को समझाने के लिए एक टर्म पेट्रियार्की इस्तेमाल होती है. सबऑर्डिनेशन ऑफ वुमेन की जब हम बात करते हैं, पेट्रियार्की, जिसको उर्दू में हम कहेंगे पिद्रशाही या पिद्रशाही निज़ाम, पेट्रियार्कल सिस्टम. We will try and understand subordination, patriarchy. फिर ये समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि क्या पेट्रियार्की शुरू से है, क्या इसके एक्सप्लेनेशंस लोगों ने दिए हैं, अलग अलग एक्सप्लेनेशंस क्या रहे हैं, कब से ये पिद्रशाही निज़ाम चल रहा है, क्या इसकी वजह लोगों ने ढूंढी है कि औरत और आदमी की फितरत अल्लाह मियाँ ने ऐसी बनाई है, या कोई और चीज़ है, या ये कभी और शुरू हुआ, वो जानने की कोशिश करेंगे. उसके साथ अब एक लफ्ज़ और बार बार आ रहा है, फेमिनिज्म. फेमिनिज्म क्या है, इसकी तारीख क्या रही है, क्या इसकी हिस्ट्री रही है बाहर हमारे देश में. क्या फेमिनिज्म एक चीज़ है, एक किस्म की चीज़ है सिर्फ, या फेमिनिज्म में अलग अलग स्ट्रैंड्स हैं. जैसे हम कह देते हैं कि जी ये तो फेमिनिस्ट है जी, ये, और वेस्टर्न फेमिनिस्ट आर लाइक दैट. So is there one kind of Western feminism? Is there one kind of feminism? What are the different streams of feminism? So today we will try and talk about these. But before that, because we will be using to analyze society mainly the Marxist tools of analysis, there are some terms which need to be explained. I mean, we think most of you would probably know them, but we will just state those जिससे कि communication जो है आसान हो जाए. कोई इस्तेमाल करता है लफ्ज़ exploitation और दूसरा उसको oppression कह रहे हैं, so we will say, listen, exploitation is this and oppression is this. Similarly, by government we mean this, by state we mean this, by feminism we mean this, by women's liberation we mean this. तो कुछ टर्म्स को हम पहले साफ कर लेंगे, and then we will move on to things like patriarchy, subordination of women and its root causes and the different theories to explain, and then we move on to feminism, and then we'll keep moving on and on and on. Any questions or just comments to what I've just said? And we will openly state that. But we are not saying that that ideology, each one of you has to now believe in it and go back home taking that ideology. So basically what we would like to try to give is कि भाई, as we said, scientific analysis. And even that the bias is there. I mean, somebody can say, why are you using Marxist tools of analysis? We are using Marxist tools of analysis because we find them the most scientific, which make you open your eyes. There are other explanations to the world, but we don't find them adequate. So to that extent, there is bias.
Do you find these adequate?
No. No, but at the moment, one doesn't have other tools, and even here you will see that one is suggesting modifications, one is suggesting additions, one is suggesting that they don't have to be used as a dogma, that they merely as tools of analysis. And whichever tool you find inadequate, you either leave it or you say we need another tool. अब अगर हमें हिंदुस्तान में जैसे क्लास से काफी नहीं पड़ता है, तो हम कास्ट की भी बात करते हैं कि भाई हिंदुस्तान के सिस्टम को आप सिर्फ क्लास से नहीं समझ सकते हैं, कास्ट की भी बात करना जरूरी है. पाकिस्तान के सिस्टम को सिर्फ क्लास से नहीं समझ सकते, एथनिसिटी की भी बात करना जरूरी है, या नेशनैलिटीज की भी बात करना जरूरी है. इसी तरह हम कह रहे हैं कि इस दुनिया को, इस माशरे को सिर्फ क्लास टर्म्स में समझना काफी नहीं है, जेंडर और सेक्स को भी समझना जरूरी है. सो keep refining those, but broadly I think the analysis we will be using is a Marxist analysis. Nahi sir?
Well, the reason actually why, I mean, the analysis is there. I mean, there's a lot of critique of the analysis, which we'll also give, and a lot of gaps, meaning even the critique is not sufficient. But we'll come to that. Terms की जहाँ बात आ रही है, it's just that a lot of Marxist terms in the last 100 years have gained currency. अब कोई भी भाषा में क्लास की, मतलब कहीं भी चले जाओ क्लास की बात आती है. But class is a very specific thing, but we use it in a very general context. Subordination, exploitation, oppression is three that we use for women or the poor or whatever, and we use it as if they're interchangeable. We use it as if they mean the same thing. But when you get into the theory and get into the debates, actually they have very different origins and they mean they mean something quite specific. So basically at one level, just to clarify, capitalism, we all use it. We don't know what it is. I mean, I don't think very many people will be able to just define it in a sentence. कि भाई ये है, this is capital or this is capitalism. So partly because they've got currency, one goes into this thing a little more. But the bias, as Kamla said, is there that because क्योंकि हम feminist debates में भी जा रहे हैं और feminist debates have taken on these, not just the words but the concepts. It's very important that we have a certain clarity on them. और ये तो पिछले 3 दिन में ही मैंने देखा कि ये लफ्ज़ इस्तेमाल होते रहे. Danger in terms of
using these cliches. So true, that's why we are saying let's not use them as slogans, let's understand what it means. So once you understand what it means, you can say it differently. Sometimes, because we are so unclear about it, we even use them, throw them around as cliches. So that is, the idea is, we are not sort of using them loosely, that this is what it means. And once you know precisely what it means, you can actually say it then without even using the word. So here really, that let's just state this is what it means and it doesn't mean anything else. And after that we may or may not use them.
Actually the words are not important. It's the concept. And these words represent, at least historically and conceptually represent a concept. We can accept or reject the concept, and we can use or not use the word. The point is to understand the phenomena, not necessarily to get into the words. And in fact, words means, the problem is in the translation too, because a lot of these are so conceptually close to concepts that we don't have the translation, we don't have the word in our languages, or don't have that. It doesn't come in the same way, like the first three words which we're starting with. Actually, this I wrote last night, but जब हम बात कर रहे थे, and I was looking through my notes of the last 3 days, I picked up a whole range of other words that have been coming through, and which will in the next 3 or 4 days be coming in a lot of our discussions. So I think that is fairly invalid. All of these will be discussed.
Sit here, so we all can look at you on the board, and we need to look at the back.
No, but she'd be saying the words. You don't have to look at the board.
But actually, all of them are not on the board.
Exactly.
You know, the
So,
board.
the
Forget
board
the board for the moment. Those were, I was just sort of sitting here and thinking, and I'm putting them down. But last night I got a whole range more, and I've also tried to group them a little. And the board we will at some point, I think in the feminist thing, we will need a visual because it gets quite complicated. We'll use the board, and then we'll just move, everyone will sit on the floor.
Whoever sits here, then
Anyway, the first 3 words, and as I said, that because they're concepts, you can have major debates on each word. But we're not here having those debates. Those are something that really you go through long study circles. And I mean, Marxism, I'll tell you in one sentence. Now, Marxism, it takes a lifetime and you don't understand, because it is a very intricate thing. So these are really just, how do they put it, working definitions. They're
Operation.
they're not really the core of the matter. The 3 words or 4 words that I'm taking together as a group: oppression, exploitation, subordination, and discrimination. 4 words that we use constantly in terms of actually any oppressed group, but with women we use it a lot. Discrimination. Now, the word oppression is a social concept. It has to do with ideology, which means that society puts a people, a group, gender or whatever down, or it's all of society. Now, this may not necessarily have a material or have an economic base, economic rationale. It's to do with ideology, it's to do with socialization, to do with thinking.
Like an upper class woman feels oppressed as a woman. That is oppression. When belonging to a certain group, because of a certain ideology, which may be patriarchal ideology, male ideology, she feels oppressed. I feel oppressed. Or within a family, I say that I feel oppressed by my atmosphere.
I mean, it can be at many levels.
Yeah.
So psychic level, because it's to do with ideology. It's basically a thinking. The next thing, which is exploitation. Exploitation is an economic category. It's an economic oppression. It has a direct relationship with the material base. A worker is exploited by a capitalist. A peasant, a Hari, is exploited by a Vadera. Sindh is exploited by Punjab. You know, I mean, you can use that word in that, but you have to use it in the economic sense. It has, I mean, when we get into the whole women's thing, now these 2 words are very important, because the whole debate within the Marxists and socialist feminists and feminists is going to hinge on this word exploitation. Because the debate will, when it comes to domestic labor, is this oppression or is this exploitation? Is it a social phenomena or is it an economic phenomenon? And therefore, it was the first 2 words that came to my mind. Discrimination is to make a difference.
Subordination.
Discrimination is to make a difference. And on the basis of that difference, to push this aside. It may have no other, I am different from Khushi, and because of that difference, for no reason, no economic reason necessarily, now it may have an economic base, whatever, but it's just to make a difference and to separate and then to oppress and to exploit on that difference. Subordination is social, ideological, economic, altogether, meaning so subordination is encompassing all this, and that's why you'll find a lot of feminists, social feminists particularly, when we get in that, they will always talk about the subordination of women because they're bringing in all these elements.
How do you put it?
The subordination of women is the combination of society, ideology, and economics. Meaning, it's exploitation plus oppression based on discrimination. Meaning, it's all three together.
Society or ideology?
Society, ideology, exploitation, which is the economic factor, and based on discrimination. Meaning, it's a combination of discrimination, exploitation, oppression is subordination.
But is it now working on that? Pakka.
Working on what? Working on cells.
On cells?
तो cells का
अब
खत्म
क्यों
कर
cells?
दो
अब cells क्यों कर
80 पे कर दो
सर तो वो करके करना पड़ेगा बस नहीं खुशी there are enough pens
I'll take one from
no but there are enough pens
take it.
I've got 6 pens here Khushi I've got 6 pens here come on
अच्छा anyway the two other the two other words that go with this whole thing is, again we'll be using them, gender and sex. They are not necessarily interchangeable words. Sex is purely a biological category, and gender is a social concept which incorporates biology, but it's not just biological. So when we talk about, and feminists will talk about this a lot, gender oppression, they're talking about subordination. They're talking about oppression from all sides, not only to do with biological functions. You're not.
जैसे कोई कहेंगे जी ये सेक्स का सिर्फ मतलब है कि कोई एक मर्द है एक औरत है यानी उनके जिस्म में फर्क है लेकिन जिस तरीके से हम लोगों का औरतों का ऑपरेशन अगर होता है या एक्सप्लॉयटेशन होता है वो सिर्फ इस वजह से नहीं है कि दो अलग अलग किस्म के जिस्म हैं उन जिस्मों के साथ अब बहुत सा सोचने का तरीका है उसके साथ बहुत से कस्टम्स हैं रिलीजन है दुनिया भर के तौर तरीके हैं नज़रियात हैं तो वो सब मिला के अब अगर मैं बाहर जा रही हूँ और मेरे साथ लोग मुझे किसी एक तरीके से देखते हैं वो अब सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं देखते कि मेरा जिस्म फर्क है लेकिन इसलिए भी कि औरत अगर है तो ये है औरत अगर है तो उसका ये रोल है तो जेंडर हम तब कहते हैं कि जब सारी सोशल वैल्यूज उसके ऊपर सोचने का तरीका तौर तरीके वो सब जब मिल जाते हैं और तब उससे जो एक औरत का रूप बनता है तो वन इज सेक्स एंड द अदर इज जेंडर तो इसलिए कहा कि सेक्स इज अ प्योरली बायोलॉजिकल टर्म दैट आई एम अ वुमन एज अ बायोलॉजिकल कैटेगरी बट अ लॉट ऑफ व्हाट हैपेंस टू मी is not just because of that anymore but because of all the other ideological, religious, social connotations.
There's one thing. I just want to understand, gender is the impression of I'm a woman or otherwise a person. That is impression on society.
क्या मतलब?
Impression
of society on you
I mean
is the way society understands you. The whole concept of feminine, masculine, who is a man, who is a woman, I mean all that
You see, the thing is, there's a biological difference. That's pure biology. At your birth, it's determined, and that's the biological difference. Then, in your lifetime, there have been, from the time that you were a child, and the schooling and the socialization, whatever, a whole range of other differences, so that when you're 20, your brother and you are different not only because of sex, but you are different because your whole experience of life has been different. So today one would say those are gender differences now. They are not based only on biology. You are not different from your brother today because he is a man and you are a woman, biologically. But there's a whole range of other differences because there are gender differences, because through these 20 years, a whole range of things have happened to the two of you, which make you much further apart, much more different than just the fact of your biology. So ये फर्क आता है in, purely using sort of sex, and it's important because many times we mix up these two terms. बिल्कुल पूरी ज़हनियत, और वो जो फर्क आ जाता है, I'm no longer saying that the difference between my brother and me is just a question of him being a man and me being a woman. We have a whole range of other differences because of our experience. And we have become different people because of that.
So you would say then that gender encompasses a lot more than just the sex.
Right, yes.
That you're a woman or a man. It encompasses much more than that. It goes beyond that.
The way society wants imposes on us.
And society in all forms, the whole socialization process. Unless
so the whole thing would be subordination encompasses the oppression, exploitation, discrimination, etc. And gender encompasses all the differences that have occurred between the two sexes, and that will encompass gender.
Right. And this would include, say, even psychic differences. If you've been molested as a girl, then your brother may not have experienced that. So your personality, your differences involves that too. Then there are actually 5 other words, but since we're on sex and gender, 2 other words that are important in this: production and reproduction. And a lot of the debates will concentrate on these 2 concepts. Production is an economic category. It's what you are producing to sustain yourself. And this is male-female. Production is used for anybody. A worker is a producer, a peasant is a producer, whatever. And the problem will come in again, and why it's important is the household, the housewife, a producer or not? That's where the debate comes in. And that's why we're clarifying this thing. Reproduction is the process of reproducing progeny, your own, reproducing the next generation or your children, to be precise. Here, इसके साथ, on this women's issue, there are 3 more words which will come in. And I put them here because in Murray they caused a problem. Actually, not one of them. One of them we are going to discuss. One of the words is patriarchy. I'm not going into it because patriarchy, Kamla is going to discuss in detail. It is a very basic concept and we have to talk about this one. We can't just give a definition of patriarchy. But so I'm holding on patriarchy. We can put it here, but that's something we will go into. But the 2 other words, जो मरी में हमारा मतलब 3-4 दिन हमारे गए थे, तो इसका ये है कि it becomes important in the resolution of the feminist debate, because one thing, in fact, when Kamla was explaining the need for theory, etc., is to understand, but the biggest need for theory is for resolution. You use theory for further action. This is the dialectics. Okay, from an experience, from individual experience, you put all these pieces together and you arrive at an understanding and a conceptualization at a larger level with different dimensions. From that dimension, you go to action. And then again from that action, you again develop the theory. So this is a basic dialectics. Dialectics only means dialogue. And in its very simplistic form, it just means dialogue. कि एक दूसरे से एक रास्ता है, connection है, and one leads to the other, or
one changes the other,
one
is affected by the other, and then both become something new, something different.
So there is a core in feminism from two extreme sides, which we'll talk about, who are separatist, and their resolution therefore would be different. So we have to see that. And then there is the autonomous women's movement, which is saying something entirely different. But autonomous does not mean separate. Autonomous merely means self-governing. When we talk about provinces being autonomous, we are not talking about independent states. And what intrigues me is that in Pakistan, certainly, जो हमारी बहस मर्दों के साथ होती रही है, and the type of criticism that we've had, इसके autonomy Pakistan में is such a major phenomena. It's a word used every day, and yet when it comes to the women's movement, they'll interpret it. They will talk about Sindhi autonomy, they will talk about Balochi autonomy, they'll talk about autonomous states, they'll put it in their constitution, they'll do all of this. But the minute women say we are autonomous, they say ye alag hona cha rahi. I mean, it's a strange blank that the minute you use autonomy in the women's movement, those very people who are in these movements who say we want autonomy in our provinces, or we want autonomy for our people, and use the word constantly. This word has been used for 40 years in this country.
But precisely for that reason.
And yet,
but
they will misinterpret it, and the thing is, women misinterpret.
No, but do you think it's deliberate on their part, or
I think
is it pure misinterpretation?
Well, I think it's also deliberate and comes in part, but sometimes just not having a total, blinkers. How many times have all of us been accused of being separatists? At the muddy workshop, we had this debate with some of the participants telling others that they were separatists. Or saying that we have an autonomous women's organization, but not wanting to use the word autonomy. Meaning saying that we are party ke saath nahi hai. We're definitely not a women's wing. We're definitely a separate women's organization, but we are not autonomous. Somehow autonomy and feminism are two words.
What do they call themselves?
Nothing. That was the whole thing. They couldn't define that. They said you must be with the party. They said, how dare you say that we're with the party? Although I suspected that they are. I know that they are. But they would deny that. And yet they would not budge on the word autonomy. So this is, in fact, we'll discuss this phenomena too, that even within women's organizations, I mean, a major organization, Aksha yahan baiti hai, Anjuman Jamhuriyat Pasand Khawateen, will not use the word autonomy.
We use autonomy.
No, in Lahore, they will not use it. और उनके साथ बहुत बहस हुई. They will not use the word. The next word, as I said, is patriarchy, which will be discussed later. And then we go into about 5 or 6 things to do with political economy, to do with the with sort of basic economic concepts or words that are used. One word that is used a lot by everybody is class, and invariably it is used very loosely. We are middle class, we are upper class, we are lower class, workers are a class, X is a class, Y is a class, etc.
Women are a class.
Some women themselves, some women are a class. And but by and large, even when we begin to be a little more precise, we'll talk about class as an economic category. Meaning, if we are poor, we are poor, we are lower class. If we are rich, we are upper class. If we are, meaning it's to do with cash, it's to do with money, But actually the word concept class has nothing to do with how much money you own. No, there's nothing to do with the amount of money or the amount of land. For instance, Haris in Sindh, in some areas, rent in very large tracts of land, 40 acres, 45 acres, 60 acres. But they're still Haris. Now 60 acre is a large landlord in Punjab, meaning it goes into a different category. Now they may in fact earn even that amount of money. I don't know, but class gives you merely your place, your relationship to the means of production. Meaning that a Hari is a Hari because the land is owned by somebody else and they are renting in land and producing this food and giving a part of it to the person who owns the land. Their relationship to this person is one of Hari to Vadera. It has nothing to do whether he has 2 acres or 50 acres. His relationship remains that. So it's not कि उसका पक्का घर है या इस किस्म का घर है कि कितने बच्चे स्कूल जा रहे हैं कि क्या हो रहा है His relationship will remain that. And this is important when you're organizing, because if you say you're organizing Haris, then you would be organizing on Batai, on the fact that he doesn't own the land. And all Haris will be together regardless of whether they have 50 acres or 2 acres, because their relationship with that Vadera is the same.
Hari owns land.
No, sorry, I keep saying rents in.
Somebody else doesn't own that.
Similarly, if there is a worker in a factory में अगर कोई वर्कर है, अब उसकी जो वेजेस हैं, मान लीजिए आज 500 रुपए हैं, कल उनकी वेजेस 2000 रुपए कर दी जाती हैं किसी वजह से। हाँ, तो आप कहोगे साहब उसकी तनख्वाह, उसकी जो वेजेस है वो 2000 हो गई है, इसलिए वो अब मिडिल क्लास हो गया है या अपर क्लास हो गया है, क्योंकि उसकी तनख्वाह जो है 2000 है और कोई यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाता है उसकी 1500 ही है, तो इसलिए जो है इसकी क्लास बदल गई। लेकिन उसकी तनख्वाह से कोई मतलब नहीं है, जब तक वो अपना जिस्म बेचकर किसी और की फैक्ट्री में काम कर रही है या कर रहा है, तब तक वो वर्किंग क्लास है, वर्कर है। So it's not the income you get, not the salary, not the wages at the end of it, but your relationship with with that factory.
So class, to put it in just one sentence, is ownership and relationship to the means of production. And this, when we talk about this ownership means who owns the land, who owns the factory. Whoever owns the land, whoever owns the factory is the owner, the factory owner, the industrialist, the capitalist, the landlord, the vadera. और इसमें problems बहुत हो जाती हैं in terms of organizing, because actually land is not, especially in the rural areas, because we have a lot of variations in our rural areas, तो वहाँ एक मसला हो जाता है कि the same person may have different relationships, and the same person who owns land may be selling their labor at another point of view, but it's a big debate. But anyway, it's merely ownership, and then those who work for that. And things are produced by capital, or by capital meaning land or money or whatever, plus physical labor. Anything is produced with this combination. And because of this combination, it depends on where you are in this combination that determines your class. Are you the person providing that labor, or are you the person providing the capital, or providing the land, or providing that? This determines class. So since we're talking about class, we go into 2 or 3.
One thing that maybe to clarify,
But when we're talking about class theory, we're talking basically Marxist concepts and Marxist terms of class. Because there's a social category of class which we're not getting into at all. Because people may get confused, what do we mean by upper classes? Or what do we mean by middle classes? But we're not getting into that because we're looking at it class from a totally Marxist point of view, a Marxist analysis.
Actually, it is something to remember, as Kamla said earlier. All these words that we're using now, like exploitation could mean other things to other social scientists. The Marxist meaning of exploitation is economic. It's sort of, we are talking within a certain definitional framework. And as Koshi says, this is very much a Marxist concept of class.
See, that can be sometimes difficult to understand if we can't contrast it with other definitions.
Others actually the other people who've done work on class, it is like Weber, etc. And Weber will just sort of say divide up. It's called stratification. You take a village, somebody earns 5,000, somebody earns 200. So social from 200, whatever, they'll build the categories. Every 500 rupees, they'll say so and so is this class, so and so is this class, so and so is this class. Purely on income.
Income distribution.
So the Weberian thing would be income, and Marxist thing would be your relation. Do you own or do you not own?
And in Marxist system, we basically have two classes. Basically,
there's an owner, there's a worker. So you don't go into all these nitty-gritties of it.
We decide on कौन side पे होते हैं.
तो हम लोग जैसे कह देते हैं कि बल्कि जैसे इंट्रोडक्शन जो होता है कि भी मैं लोअर में भी क्लास से चालू हूँ तो ये मुझे आप समझ गए
मतलब तुम्हारा इसके लिए जवाब ये होगा कि भाई मैं वर्कर हूँ. अब उस वर्कर से ही हमें पता है कि तुम्हारी क्लास क्या है. तुम फैक्ट्री में काम कर रही थी ना, मतलब तुम कैपिटलिस्ट नहीं थी, तुम्हारी फैक्ट्री नहीं थी, तुम थी वर्कर. वो उसने पैसे डाल के अपनी फैक्ट्री बनाई, तुम अपना मतलब तुम काम करती थी वहां, उससे वो प्रॉफिट लेकर उससे वो मतलब प्रॉफिट बना दो तुम्हारी लेबर से. तो तुम हो लेबर, वर्किंग क्लास, प्रोलेटारिएट, व्हाटएवर. तो वो तो मतलब चाहे तुम्हारे मतलब फैक्ट्री में 5,000 तुम्हें मिले या 2,000 मिले या 500 मिले, तुम वर्कर ही रहोगे. Then we go into, as I said, a few other concepts. Something that will come up at some point is the mode of production.
Can you also clarify when we said its relationship to the means of production, what do we mean by the means of production?
Okay. Well, the means of production is like, see, anything that is produced needs a combination of elements, a combination of forces, actually forces of production. One force is the capital, the other force is the physical force. And in fact, this gets us into one of the next definitions. These two together in certain combinations produces a surplus, which we in colloquial terms call profit, but in Marxist terms it's called surplus value. So surplus that is produced, the value that is produced greater than these two forces, and that becomes surplus value. So the forces of the mode of production is a combination of the forces of production of these elements that come together to produce, and social relations, which we just talked about in terms of class, how you are connected to it. And all of this together is controlled by a superstructure, which we will call the state, and we'll just define the state a little more. So a mode of production, when we say, is a combination of the forces of production, how goods are produced, social relations, who owns what, and superstructure, which is the state. So when we say that Pakistan is a capitalist mode of production, if we were to say we are looking at the system that allows for the ownership of the means of production, the ownership, it allows, Pakistan allows for that. Pakistan allows for, the worker owner type situation, and Pakistan has a certain state which perpetuates this. So we say Pakistan is a capitalist country, and capitalism is the mode of production, as opposed to Nicaragua or any other socialist state, where you would say the mode of production is different, or feudalism, which is really the other mode of production. We don't have to get into this too much, actually, it may just come into some of the debates. But when we talk about mode of production, we're talking about the whole thing.
Feudalism, capitalism.
Yeah, mode of production means, are you in the stage of feudalism? Are you in the stage of capitalism? Are you in the stage of socialism? Are you in the stage of communism? So these would be modes, meaning how things are produced and then how society is structured around. And since we've got into two issues already, surplus value, mode of production, Busha, ye hai ke, it includes the forces of production. Forces of production are the factors that come together, how things are produced, meaning how goods are produced in society. How is agriculture produced? Meaning, is it owned by everybody, the land, or is it owned by some and others work on it? Are factories owned by the state, or are they owned by individuals? This is the forces. अब इसके लिए ये जो forces of production हैं, this also will define how people relate to each other. What is their relationship to the ownership, and therefore their relationship to each other. So वो social relations are there. Now, to keep all these going, you need a superstructure. You need a type of state. You need a state. When you talk about mode of production, you're talking about this whole element.
All these three things.
All these three things together. So if you say, okay, so this is a communist country, or this is a socialist country, or this is a capitalist country, or this is a feudal country, you're not talking about how an individual in that may be acting. That individual may still be a feudal. And that's why, it's a tricky thing, but that's why in Pakistan is a capitalist mode of production. Although feudalism, in terms of a lot of other things, remains at the individual and other level. And we still will say they are feudals. But, but the fact that there are feudals does not make us feudalism the way it is defined. Feudalism does not produce for the market. In Pakistan, regardless of how we are functioning, we are producing, the landlord is producing for the market. The moment you are producing for the market, you are capitalist. You are producing capital. So it doesn't matter how on your piece of land, what you're doing. Or what, whether you're beating up your tenants or you're, all of that. That's not your relationship may be that. But if you're producing, taking that extraction and going to the market, then you're not, then you're going into capitalism, you're creating that surplus. So you move into, so Pakistan is a capitalist country. Capitalist, you can say it's developing and all this business, but wo to hai. But it is a capitalist country. The premise of it, and therefore our state will do its level best to encourage capital. And there will just be annoyed कि वो feudal, why aren't they producing or बाहर से नहीं भेज रहे, तो मतलब वो pressure दूसरी तरफ से है, which we'll go into when we talk about agriculture and industrial policy, etc. No, in capitalism, you see the means of production is also owned by a few. Now you're also going to the market in a socialist state, but you move it into socialism because it depends.
That's what I mean.
The mode of production includes all of this. Includes who owns. In fact, when you start defining mode, who owns, who produces, who controls.
Controls the produce.
So it's not just the fact of the market. Because I'm saying mode encompasses all of these. So since we've got into this very briefly, we just talk about surplus value, which comes up, which is a very important concept for the feminist debate, especially on domestic labor and housework. Surplus, see, until capitalism, people worked for subsistence. They had communal farming or your own farming or whatever. I mean, I keep saying farming because actually that is the history, certainly of us, but also of the world. Okay, you're on your land. So many people are putting itna gandam hui ye wo khud khali, and that's the end of the issue.
You produce for yourself and for your needs.
Now that is called necessary labor. You expend that amount of labor to get enough to eat yourself, your family, whatever, or your system, or whatever system you're operating in. That was necessary labor. Now when you, in fact, I'll go to the definition. It will take 10 minutes for all of them. So surplus value is that when you're putting in this certain amount of labor and somebody else puts in capital, and the combination of this produces more than is necessary for those putting in the labor. Obviously, your product. You see, the surplus value. Surplus value is that value. If somebody is putting in labor, you're getting these two elements: labor and capital. And when you get in labor and capital, the combination of this is producing a new wealth. See, before in necessary labor, in subsistence labor, it was, you're not creating anything more. You're not creating a surplus. You're creating enough to sustain yourself. But in this case, you're creating something called profit. You're creating a new wealth over and above this need. This need.
The need to sustain the two things.
And in other words, when you're talking about money, you're creating more than that capital. Suppose you put in 100 rupees. I put in 100 rupees and I put in Kamla's labor. And together, if we simply, with the two, get, say, 200 rupees, the 100 rupees of the capital and the 100 rupees of Kamla, then actually we're at par. But when we're getting 400 rupees, that 200 rupees is new wealth. And that new wealth is surplus value. We've created a new value, a new wealth actually.
Is it necessary that the capital should be somebody else's?
Is this not the value and not the surplus value?
Surplus value is
It
the
is
difference
more.
between 400 minus 200
the value
is the surplus
the
value.
surplus value.
You see, you're creating a surplus. You're creating a surplus. Huh?
Yes, I mean, if two people are coming together and they are
Not two people.
a capital and
Not a capital. Capital meaning money. A unit. Huh? Don't mix it with the individual. It's not a person.
So when that, supposing both came to, she said 200 rupees. But when you ask the value in the market, what you're selling it is 400. So you see, the 200 is extra. No?
Value added, what you're saying is an entirely different thing. We'll discuss it at lunch.
something like plus value हो जाएगा जो मार्केट में जाएगा something like participating
that is surplus.
Veda
You don't ask the question. I
I
did
just asked that about the capital, whether it has to be, I mean, whether one can put in one's own capital or it has to be somebody else.
No, you see, if you put in your own capital and your own labor, then there's a subsistence economy, and it's feudalism basically. That on my piece of land, on my loom, I'm putting in this, I'm putting in the labor, not using anyone else's labor, and I'm producing that subsistence economy.
That means you're neither a worker nor a capitalist.
You're not neither. It's your own thing, and you're just subsisting on that. Because beyond your own labor, you can't even produce for the market really that much.
But the moment you hire another
It's not that you're not producing for the market in the sense that you're not selling it. You're selling it enough to keep yourself going. You really can't. I mean, this is why you need, say, on 12 acres of land, you need 2 animals. You have to have those 2 animals. You can't farm 2 acres of land on just your own labor. If you get more than 12 acres, you cannot, a peasant household does not have the labor, they have to then rent in labor. I mean, there are certain limitations to what you physically can do. You can't farm whatever, 100 squares of land yourself. So you can never have those 100 squares to farm. I mean, you know. So this is a different thing. This in fact is subsistence economy. And when we get into when things change and how you have this growth, it is precisely when that everybody is in that. Everyone's producing and living on them. They just go and pick enough berries for themselves. They just go, nobody's storing it, nobody's creating it. Or they make one, whatever, and they sell it, and that's what keeps them going. But they don't even work more than that. They just work to keep it at that certain level. And then how does, with surplus value, etc., who comes in with capital and how does capitalism actually start? But that type of person would say is neither here nor, I mean, they're not. And we would call it sort of subsistence economy. It's a reflection of the interests of the ruling class within legal and political boundaries. So the state is not any one thing. And the state does not control only, there are 2 ways that the state controls. The state, meaning, we'll now go into a little of the instruments of the state, but the state controls by both consent and violence. Sometimes at the same time, it uses both. Sometimes it may use one more than the other.
consent
And violence and force. Consent and force. So it controls by the people by force, but it also needs, because the people are in the majority, it needs a certain level of consent. Even if it's a passive consent, it needs the consent. So it creates institutions for both of these, and the classic, and these institutions are called the instruments of the state. The instruments of consent are, one of them is government. Government itself, in turn, is parliament, meaning whatever institution that you have, bureaucracy, judiciary, political parties, legislation. These are all instruments of consent of the state. They give these, this is how people feel that this state is ours. And this class represents us. And of course the instruments of violence, which are police, of course, which is police, military, essentially these, but a whole range of other things where the jails, these are the things where it actually police, army, jails, whatever, this is how they control by force. So the state, when we talk about the state, is all of these things put together. And these things reflect only the interests of the ruling class. So changing the nature of government, changing the nature of parliament, changing the type of election that you have, changing the political party does not change, if the class structure remains the same, the nature of the state. The army may be a little less in control or a little more in control. But we've seen Pakistan में खास तौर पे हमने देखा कि whether it was Bhutto or whatever, Bhutto used the army when it suited him. First 2 or 3 years, I mean not the obvious one of 71, but when he used the army for killing. But the first 2 years of whatever was 73 tak, the military was still in power. He was a civilian prime minister of a military regime.
He was the martial law.
And he was the martial law administrator. Martial law remained, and he was a civilian prime minister with martial law. Yeah, that was it. Until we had the constitution in 73. It was a martial law.
He's the only civilian martial law administrator in any country.
Civilian martial law administrator.
So when Parliament didn't sit in between.
See, we didn't have a constitution till 73.
So after we were liberated, you all still had martial law and Yahya Khan here.
No, we had martial law and Bhutto.
I mean, just there was a change of the leaders of civilians.
But with the same control and the same force.
हमारे यहाँ जो elect हुए थे ना, they immediately convened into a parliamentary sat and they continued with the work of government. Here it was all in advance.
Here they sat to make the constitution.
They sat to make the
They did sit, but they didn't sit as a legislative body, they sat as a constituent assembly. Anyway, we had martial law here. What I'm saying is only that it doesn't matter whether there's a civilian face or today we have Junejo, military is in control. No? So now the military may be more obviously in control or less obviously in control, but the point is the military is used. And the military is there and would be there to perpetuate a particular class. And that's why it's not really important also in terms of the state of which type of parliamentary system you may have or not have, or which political party is there. If it represents that class, you'll see that the state will remain the same. There may be minor things where educational policy किसी ने अच्छी बना दी, किसी ने बुरी बना दी, or things, differences like that. किसी ने कुछ nationalize कर दिया, किसी ने नहीं किया. But overall, as far as the state is concerned, it will reflect the interests of that particular ruling class. फिर दो और चीजें हैं very quickly. One is Marxism itself, and this is I'm not going into Marxism at all because it's an extremely complicated theory too. But the only thing that I do want to say is that Marxism is a social theory and a political theory. There are a lot of theories, a lot of philosophy is an understanding of society. Marxism is different to that extent that it's an understanding of society with the intent to change that society. So there's action necessarily involved in Marxism. Because the premise of Marxism is that society is not static. We go through stages and people create the next stage. I mean, his famous quotation that man makes history. Man is a product of history in the sense of the past. But he goes a stage further than other philosophers by saying man creates the next stage. He creates history too. I keep using he because actually Marx also keeps using he, and this is another problem of linguistics and language, whatever. But if Marx would say he and I mean this is a direct quotation that man makes history, which is why I'm referring to the he thing. So society has been a series of going through stages with people creating the next stage, and Marx says that the next stage is at a higher level. Higher level, he doesn't mean in terms of a value, it's not a value judgment, but more advanced technologically and even in terms of relating, etc. So you go through the next stage. And that's why Marxism, the only place where Marxism differs from, is a major break from other philosophy and other religions even, because religion also says that you're responsible for your life, but your life is different to a definite responsibility to change society drastically. And certainly social philosophy, he's the first philosopher who is making, in a sense, a value judgment, not just reflecting on society, but saying your purpose is to change. It has a built-in action program, action. And the last concept that I just want to define is something that will come.
They say that how it differs from others.
You see, Marxism is in a tradition basically of Western philosophy, Western European philosophy, from the Greeks onwards. Now you're getting into the thing. And he is saying that things don't sort of just go haphazardly. History has not just sort of trotted along, and then by some chance something has happened, and by some chance something else has happened, but that each stage has within it the seeds of the next. The conditions of one stage. Now, people can grab that seed, that condition, and push it into the next stage. And how he will talk about capital then is that under capitalist state, the capitalism, although it is an exploiter, whatever, that they're workers, but the fact that they are workers brings about the next revolution. So in fact, the faster you make them workers, the faster you create the working class, the faster you will go into socialism. Meaning it's inherent in this, the seeds are there. So don't just wait for these seeds to grow on their own and take 2 centuries. Take command of it and push it into the next. So it's, many ways, Lenin will then stretch this into the political party. He'll take this and then the whole thing of the Marxist party comes up there. But the challenge is to change it and not just wait. Although it would change anyway.
How would one know that? I mean, that's something that one has to
Well, basically what
Marx
would say is, and he's using a Hegelian, from Hegel, the concept. Hegel has a very famous theory that any thesis has an antithesis. Any situation has with it the other side. And these two will be in conflict with each other. At times this will, or whatever, one side will keep winning. But that antithesis, there will be a fight, an antagonism between the thesis and the antithesis, which will be resolved by one overtaking the other. And then you arrive at a state of synthesis, where the whole thing is synthesized. But that synthesis becomes then the thesis, which will create its own antithesis. So Marx takes Hegel and says, Marx then uses it economically rather than just philosophically. He says, if you have capital, you will have workers. If you have landlords, you will have peasants. These two are clashing with each other. Sooner or later, the peasant will take over, or one will destroy it, not the peasant, but that's a bit intricate. He didn't say about the peasant, but he said that this will break and become capitalist, and then the worker will overthrow the capitalist state. Capital needs more and more workers and more factories. But the more and more creates the working class. The contradiction is being created as capitalism is expanding itself, it is creating the very conditions of its own overthrow. And so you grab those conditions and you organize those conditions. Organize the working class and see that they overthrow them in the right direction, which to him is socialism. And that's where man creates. That if you let it go, it may be overthrown, but it may be overthrown in some other direction. So you direct that overthrow. You get involved in that overthrow. You don't just, you organize the worker. You don't worry about maybe at one factory something will happen in one factory. You do it as a working class party. You do it across the board. So it's a more conscious effort. So in that sense it differs from other philosophy, which is an understanding of society. Going on, first communist state is in Paris, the Paris Commune, which is in 1848. So it's a long process. But so there are left unions, etc. Now women are coming into the factories, but capitalists don't want women to come to work because they say that they have to teach them skills and worry about them. And of course their husbands don't want them to work, so they want them to be at home to look after them and whatever. So it came together actually with the unions aligning with the capitalists and defining something called the family wage. That we will give you, don't let your women come into the factories to work, we will give a wage that the family can live in. And that's how the whole concept of family wage, and funnily enough, something that left unions got involved with. Rather than demanding that individual wage, but here's where left unions, males, ally themselves with capitalists because it suits the men and suits the capital to come together and say that we will go for the family wage because it suits both of us. इस फैमिली वेज पे अब तक बहस हो रही है और अब तक लोग अटके हुए हैं because a worker till today, the money that they get is meant to be a family wage. Which is why a woman looking after that worker, preparing that worker to work, feeding him, looking whatever, is meant to be already part of the capitalist system and part of that wage. And therefore, extra demands that she may make, or the whole relationship. And actually why it's important is that when we get into this whole domestic labor thing, this family wage becomes a very important, that who is going to pay this wage? Is it the man, or is it capital, or is it the state? Or, sorry.
When the women started working in the factories, so instead of paying the women, they were paying the family.
Well, they didn't really want the women to come and work in the factories. I mean, the men didn't want their women to go out. Capital also, this is not a time of shortage of labor because men are being thrown off the agricultural land. So there's a surplus labor. But families are not being able to survive in one income, one factory income. So then, women are being pushed to double the income, etc. And as a compromise thing, wages were increased a bit. I mean, not that phenomenally, but they were then defined as a family wage. So the point is that if that is a family wage, and women are meant to be, because they are contributing to that, is that salary also hers? And all labor, all trade union movement, up till now, whether it's in Pakistan or England or the United States or whatever, in the capitalist world, the workers' money income that they get is meant to be a family wage. So this thing of कि मैं कमा कर लाया, मेरा पैसा है, inheritance की जब बात हो रही है, all these, then it opens up a whole range of dimensions once one understands that the concept of labor wage today is a family wage. And now I think we'll go into our last definition and discussion, which is patriarchy. रुबीना, जब ये यूनियन शुरू हुई थी ना 1848 वगैरह में, तो इनकी ये हो रहा था कि जो मर्द थे वो एग्रीकल्चर में से निकाले जा रहे थे, जैसे यहाँ भी मतलब इविक्शन हो रही हैं, जमींदारों ने अपनी ज़मीनें अपने कब्जे में मशीनें वगैरह लगा दी, ट्रैक्टर्स लगा दी, तो उन्होंने लोगों को निकाल दिया। तो ये लोग शहरों में आ रहे थे और फैक्ट्रीज भी लग रही थी, तो नौकरी इन्होंने की, मर्दों ने की फैक्ट्रीज में, मगर जो इनको तनख्वाह मिलती थी बहुत कम थी और फैमिली प्रॉब्लम थी, तो औरतों को भी निकलना पड़ा। अब उसमें प्रॉब्लम ये हो गई थी कि एक तो कैपिटलिस्ट नहीं चाहते थे कि औरतें आएँ, क्योंकि उनको सिखाना पड़ता था, और उस ज़माने में वो मशीनें वगैरह भी ऐसी होती थी ना कि जहाँ एक मर्द को रख, वो फिजिकल स्ट्रेंथ वगैरह का था, तो इट डिडंट सूट देम कि हम औरतों को रखें। जो मर्द थे वर्कर्स, वो भी नहीं चाहते थे कि हमारी औरतें जाके फैक्ट्रीज में काम करें, क्योंकि फिर वो घर में बच्चे पालने और उसकी परवरिश करनी वगैरह वो नहीं हो रहा था। तो उन्होंने यूनियंस ने कैपिटलिस्ट के साथ बैठ के ये तय किया कि जो हमें तनख्वाह मिलेगी, मतलब इंक्रीज थोड़ी सी होगी, और जो तनख्वाह मिलेगी उसको हम पूरे ख़ानदान के लिए एक तनख्वाह होगी, फैमिली वेज होगी। तो वो जो पैसे उसे मिल रहे हैं वर्कर को, वो सिर्फ उसकी मेहनत के लिए नहीं मिल रहा है, वो जो उसकी बीवी भी घर में काम करती है उसके लिए भी मिल रहा है।
ये उनका एग्रीमेंट हुआ,
ये एग्रीमेंट हुआ। अच्छा, जो लेबर स्ट्रगल चली है पिछले 100 साल में, 120 मतलब जितने भी साल हुए हैं, ये भी इसी बेसिस पे जो अब तक तनख्वाह वर्कर को मिलती है, चाहे पाकिस्तान में, चाहे अमेरिका में, चाहे इंग्लैंड में, जो तनख्वाह मिलती है वो पूरी फैमिली के लिए मिलती है।
But when is this concept accepted all over? I mean, when you're talking about Pakistan, America,
It's not understood. Meaning it's not that even the worker knows what is happening, but it's meant to be a subsistence for the family, not for the individual.
No, what I'm saying is okay. I mean, there was a union which agreed to this. I don't know when. You know what year you're talking about. So what relevance does it have to?
Well, for instance, in the United States today, in the United States and in Pakistan today, when वो जो अब भुट्टो के ज़माने में हुआ था, actually you don't know about it. मतलब recently तो ऐसा कुछ बात नहीं, लेबर पॉलिसी नहीं बनी, मगर जब पाकिस्तान में भी लेबर पॉलिसी बनती है, वो जब वो तय करते हैं ना कि मिनिमम वेज क्या होगी, वो मिनिमम वेज करते हैं ऑन बच्चे एंड बीवी एंड द होल थिंग, not on how much it takes for the individual to live. Minimum for 5 people, जिसमें किराया और ये और खाना इनसे लोग, so it's still calculated on the basis of.
अच्छा, it is calculated.
Yeah, Pakistan में, in the states, I mean, wherever you go,
So whether it's
calculate.
understood or
जो
not,
minimum
not
wage है,
subject.
that minimum wage is meant to support the family. It's worked on that basis. So the concept is everywhere. और ये जो अब भी जा कि मतलब वो लेबर पॉलिसी तो वैसे निकली नहीं है, मगर वहाँ भी जो ये अकाउंटिंग वगैरह कर रहे हैं, मिनिमम वेज इज गोइंग टू बी कि 6 लोगों का खर्चा, 4 बच्चे और 2 लोग और घर और whatever. Not that they do it at that level. I mean, फिर बहुत कम होता है मिनिमम वेज, but it's there.
हम लोग का 2,500 का डिमांड है ना, कि तकरीबन इतनी होनी चाहिए, और गवर्नमेंट चाहे कि उसमें इतना
नहीं, मगर तुम जो 2,500 मांगते हो, जो तुम्हारी यूनियन की डिमांड है, तुम्हारी अपनी यूनियन की, फेडरेशन की डिमांड है कि हमें 2,500 चाहिए, क्योंकि एक मर्द, उसकी बीवी और बच्चे इससे कम में नहीं रह सकते। मगर तुम भी उनको साथ मिलाती हो ना, मतलब तुम नहीं, मतलब तुम्हारी फेडरेशन उनको भी शामिल करती है,
तो ये गलत तरीका है,
मतलब ये गलत निकलेगा। हाँ,
I was also just the same thing trying to clarify. So therefore, it is not that how much the product is costing or how much it is. It's based on how much the wage is needed for a family. That's what it has been.
In our labor policies, when you calculate minimum wage, you're supposedly calculating on the basis of that family.
That's why.
I mean, the fact that the family still can't live on that wage is another matter, but they calculate to give enough calories to the family.
So now I understand, they have the
Land Reform Act in Bangladesh in 84, the minimum wage for the agricultural worker was 3.5 shares of rice, because this is the price of rice fluctuates and they wanted it on the basis of rice. So 3.5 shares of rice would be enough for a day for the family minimum. Or how many people?
You see why this is important is,
But the problem is that a small farmer does not produce enough to be able to give that, because the price of the product is much less than what the farmer can pay for wages. So I'm trying to understand. So therefore it was done on the basis of the wages of their family.
and why it becomes important, see, for women, it will become important, say, in agriculture. All land reform and whatever basis is on the basis of household, the peasant household. It's not on individuals. Now here, even our peasant men, Pakistan may certainly, and I don't know of other, I know of other peasant men, वहाँ भी नहीं हुआ. जब demand हुई है for land distribution, it has never been at the individual level, although the peasant household would get double. अवामी तहरीक में बैठ के बात हुई है, यहाँ इस सिंध में मेरी बात हुई है कि भाई तुम अपना डिमांड क्यों नहीं करते, why you asking at the household level, जहाँ तुम 12 एकड़ मांग रहे हो, तुम्हें 24 मिलेंगे. They don't want their women to own. See, and 12 एकड़, उन्होंने भी यही कहा, हुकूमत भी कहती है कि 12 एकड़ is enough to sustain the family. वो तहरीक के मर्द भी यही कहते हैं कि 12 एकड़ is enough to, हमें दे हैं.
Have you discussed it with the Tehreek people? They say that this is better for the household.
They say that their men are not yet ready to make this demand. तुम पलेजो से पूछो, this is what he will say. सिंधियानी will still say कि बात करनी है, हाँ बिल्कुल उठाएंगे और ये वो, but Palejo will say the time is not right. So this is a stand.
Bunny, when you're talking about a family wage, in socialist countries also do they?
No.
They
In
don't.
socialist
Because I was
countries-
thinking that because I heard that the worker gets more than a professional also.
नहीं, you see, this is a big change. Socialist countries, you are paid in individual wage. So the woman
Depending on
is
what
meant to be earned.
contributing.
So family wage becomes important in the agricultural sector when demands are made. Family wage becomes very important जहाँ industrial policy होती है and the woman's income is meant to be supplementary. This is how you get this thing, supplementary income. The connotation will always be that the woman is already part of the family wage. Her earning therefore is just extra to this. Pocket money is supplementary wage, therefore we can pay her less because she's not the main breadwinner, because of the family wage. See? So conceptually it changes many dimensions.
That the worker is always the male.
That's always assumed. More worker and owner. But meaning that this becomes important for many of these other things conceptually, why we cannot get even sort of trade unions and others moving in this direction. And also gets into this other element, which we'll come to later when we talk about feminism, कि जहाँ male or patriarchy and capital combine, even working class men will join forces with the other side on issues like individual land, individual income, because they will not want to release their own women to get that equal wage. Now, where these, and we'll talk about those alliances.
How did they justify this when women in situations where women were so better? Or it was not?
Well, you see, basically this is a European concept which all of us have taken because of British capitalism and the empire, whatever. So, if in certain African states it doesn't exist, or there are, because the countries in which it was, at least our countries, the men were on the land, the tenants were given the land in their names, the male head of household. The concept was there. So there were exceptions of women working on their own, their mind. But if a woman were to work and get her own salary in her own right, then she is also expected that it would be a family wage, that she is supporting somebody behind her, because a single woman is not meant to be just getting a job in the factory and living in her own flat. No, it just doesn't happen. and a woman will not be paid ever the same salary as men, or put into the, but they will justify it because she is just one of the working members and it's a supplementary wage for them. It's a supplement. I mean, these are not things that are just happening, you know, they're actual policies and actually part of the structure. And that's why they're important to understand. It's not that ये factory वाला कम दे रहा है या least skills में डाल रहा है. It's the whole rationale of capitalism.
जिधर यूनियन है वहाँ तो उसमें उनमें तो इतना फर्क नहीं है बल्कि कमी है ना.
नहीं मैं उसकी तो रुबीना उसकी बात नहीं हो रही. तुम तो कह रही हो ना कि फर्क नहीं है. तुम्हारी यूनियन में जब तुम डिमांड करती हो तो मर्द और औरत को इक्वल वेजेस मिलते हैं क्योंकि वो दोनों वर्कर हैं. मगर जो मर्द के पैसे जो तुम्हारी तय होती है ना मिनिमम, अब जो तुम्हारी डिमांड है 2,500 रुपए की, तुम लोगों ने फेडरेशन ने जो डिमांड की है वो ये है कि 2,500 में हमारी फैमिली मिनिमम लेवल पर रह सकती है.
कम से कम जैसे आजकल 450 तक ले रहे हैं,
कम से कम, मगर कम से कम उस इंडिविजुअल के लिए नहीं. तुम लोगों ने कहा है कि हाँ
नंबर ऑफ मेंबर्स इन द फैमिली.
क्राइटेरिया जो है वो इंडिविजुअल नहीं है, वो वर्कर नहीं है जो वहाँ कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है, बल्कि वेज क्या वो दे और क्या हम मांगे.
मतलब तुम लोग नहीं कहते, तुमने ही मुझे बहुत दफा कहा है कि भाई 2,500 रुपए में उसकी बीवी भी हैं, उसके बच्चे भी हैं. तुम लोग कहते रहते हो कि
ऑटोमेटिकली बढ़ने की जाएगा.
हाँ
I'm not saying it's wrong, but I think it's calculated.
नहीं.
We'll get into discussions later
हाँ.
about what the system should be. But the system has touched up to now in our societies are calculated in terms of the person
या
who
फिर something is better than nothing वाली बात आ जाती है. कुछ ना कुछ तो
नहीं. अगर डिमांड रुबीना डिमांड तुम 5,000 कर दो, हम वैसे तो हाँ वी आर नॉट सेइंग कि डिमांड होनी नहीं चाहिए, वी आर सेइंग डिमांड होनी डबल होनी चाहिए.
इसके पीछे जो सोच है, जो नजरिया है वो ये है कि काम करने वाले मर्द हैं और मर्द को तनख्वाह हम ऐसे दे रहे हैं कि उसके घर का काम चल जाए. तो अगर काम कम है तो इस नजरिए के तहत ये होगा कि भाई मर्दों को काम मिलेगा, औरतों को काम नहीं मिलेगा. क्योंकि मर्द को काम मिलेगा तो उसकी बीवी का काम अपने आप चल जाएगा. तो वो नजरिया जो है उसकी बात हो रही है कि इसके पीछे आइडियोलॉजी ये है कि एक घर है, यूनिट है, उस यूनिट का हेड है मर्द. काम अगर मिलना है तो पहले उस मर्द को मिलना है, और अगर औरत काम कर रही है तो वो उसकी सप्लीमेंट्री इनकम है, वो उसकी एक्स्ट्रा इनकम है, उसकी वो जरूरत नहीं है. काम करने का यूनिट मर्द है. अल्लाह मियाँ ने या किसी ये बनाई है फैमिली के, तुम काम करके पैसा कमा के लाओगे, तुम्हारी बीवी घर पे बैठ के रोटियां बनाएगी. तो उससे फिर डिमांड्स पे भी फर्क पड़ता है. तुम्हारे मजदूर जो लीडर्स हैं वो ये करते रहेंगे जी कि वेजेस बढ़ाओ, और फिर वो औरत की वेज की बात ही नहीं करेंगे, या औरत को नौकरी मिलनी चाहिए, या 50% औरतें भी काम में होनी चाहिए. तो मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ तो सिर्फ ये हो रहा था कि ये क्या कॉन्सेप्ट है, इस पर अभी बात नहीं हो रही है कि ये ठीक है या गलत है या इसको क्या करना चाहिए, क्योंकि बाद में इस पर बात होगी.
बेसिक सैलरी एंड फैमिली वेज इज द सेम. हाँ, फिर फैमिली बेसिक सैलरी के साथ कुछ फैक्ट्रीज, मतलब इट्स नॉट कॉमन साथ ये देते थे, जितने बच्चे हैं तालीम के दे देते हैं, बट दैट रियली डिपेंड्स कि किस यूनियन ने कहाँ किया है और कौन सी हुई है. बट अलाउंसेस अक्रॉस द बोर्ड तो है ही नहीं. खाने पर है ना.
वो कॉन्सेप्ट जो है वो एक्चुअल इस नजरिए से नहीं फिर
भाई तुम्हें बच्चों सुनो, द मोस्ट बेसिक नीड इज फूड, राइट? दैट फैमिली वेज इज फॉर फूड, टू कीप द फैमिली सर्वाइविंग at a caloric, in fact it's based on caloric needs and it's worked out on calories. फिर अगर बच्चे हों, 3 हों, स्कूल में हों, तो कुछ अगर यूनियन लड़ झगड़ के वो एजुकेशन का तो वो 3 बच्चों का वो फीस भी आ जाती है या कुछ और आ जाता है. But the basic assumption is you know, when these laws are passed, वो स्कूल का चक्कर ही नहीं था. It was basically how many people can live. Live meaning can eat. Survive. फिर I mean that depends on the union. Between a strong union may get even more benefits. Medical भी शायद, तो ये भी शायद, तो वो भी शायद.
क्योंकि ये मानकर चलते हैं और चलना पड़ता है कि जो फैमिली है उसका रोल क्या है कैपिटलिस्ट की नज़र में, फैक्ट्री मालिक की नज़र में उसका रोल क्या है. फैमिली का एक सबसे बड़ा रोल है अगली पीढ़ी पैदा करना या आने वाले मजदूर पैदा करना. अगर फैमिली आने वाले मजदूर पैदा नहीं करेगी तो 5, 7, 8 साल में ये वाले मजदूर मरमरा जाएंगे और आगे के मजदूरों का क्या होगा. तो एक तो फैमिली यूनिट चाहिए फॉर फ्यूचर, टू प्रोड्यूस फ्यूचर लेबर, टू रिप्रोड्यूस लेबर which will take over in the next 10 or 15 years. One is that. So, biological reproduction. The other is social reproduction. कि जब वो मजदूर थका हारा शाम को घर आता है तो फैमिली एक वर्कशॉप का रूप ले लेती है. कौन सी वर्कशॉप? जो टूटी पीटी चीज को ठीक कर करा के सुबह तक तैयार कर देगी कि फिर वो जाके मशीन के सामने खड़ा हो जाए. आया, उसके कपड़े वपड़े उतारे, उसको चाय शाय पिलाई, उसको थोड़ा सा रिक्रिएट किया, उसको खाना खिलाया, उसको थोड़ी सी सेक्स वेक्स दी, प्यार व्यार दिया. हाँ, सो सुबह इन बट रिक्रिएट इन द ट्रू सेंस ऑफ द वर्ड. मतलब रिक्रिएट का क्या मतलब होता है? टू रिक्रिएट, दोबारा से किसी को बना देना. हम जैसे बैडमिंटन खेलने जाते हैं या गाना गाते हैं, ये रिक्रिएशन है. मीनिंग वी आर रिक्रिएटिंग आवरसेल्फ, वी आर गेटिंग रेडी फॉर द नेक्स्ट डे. सो द फैमिली has this role also. If there was no family, this worker probably will not go that fit the next day. So in a way, that worker is able to work because there is a wife and a family which makes him capable of working. So in that sense, जो मजदूर की ताकत है, उसकी ताकत में उसकी बीवी और उसके घर की ताकत छुपी हुई है. अगर वो वर्कशॉप ना हो जहां वो रोज जाता है और ठीक ठीक होके दूसरे दिन आ जाता है तो ये काम नहीं कर सकेगा, पड़ जाएगा इधर उधर. तो इसलिए ये है कि अगर उसको दूसरे दिन वापस आना है, या तो आप उसके लिए एक हॉस्टल बना दो, उसको वहां पर जाके प्यार व्यार कोई करने वाला मिले तो वो आ जाए. लेकिन ये नेचुरल हॉस्टल्स बने हुए हैं जहां पर उसकी पूरी वो होती है, तो वो एक और उसके साथ सारा के सारा जुड़ा हुआ है. और वहीं फिर वो औरतों की डिमांड्स भी आती हैं कि अगर मजदूर काम करता है और आप सबको दिख रहा है कि साहब वो मजदूरी कर रहा है, लेकिन वो मजदूरी इसलिए कर रहा है क्योंकि हम वहां हैं उसकी सारी जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए. अगर औरत वहां पीछे नहीं होगी तो क्या होगा? तो फिर हमको क्या अलग से इसका मुआवजा नहीं मिलना चाहिए? क्या ये अलग से इसका रिकग्निशन नहीं होना चाहिए? तो वो भी बात फेमिनिस्ट करती हैं और हम लोग करेंगे. सो दे डू टू थिंग्स. दे reproduce future labor power and they reproduce the present labor, reproduce in that sense.
तस्वीर तो देखो, फर्स्ट क्लास तस्वीर. जंग इनफैक्ट द सेम वो जो दिया ना मोहताजी से छुटकारा, द सेम एरिया.
तो इसमें मतलब जो ये है कि पूरी दुनिया में कैसे औरतों का रोल रहा है एग्रीकल्चर में और क्यों उसको कभी रिकग्नाइज नहीं किया गया, क्यों उसके लिए ऐसे प्रोग्राम्स नहीं बने, और कितना वो कंट्रीब्यूट करती हैं खेत पैदावार में, कितना वो कंट्रीब्यूट करती हैं उसको स्टोर करने में, कितना उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन है मार्केटिंग में पूरी दुनिया में, और बेसिकली रिकग्नाइजिंग दैट शी इज अ फार्मर. व्हेन वी आर प्लानिंग, it's important that we plan for a farmer and not always for the housewife, the mother, the producer of children only. Because हमारे देशों में मेन जो उसका रोल है, औरत का मेन रोल उसका है as a worker, as a farmer, and she doesn't even have the luxury of being just a mother, just a housewife, etc. So gives statistics from all over the world. Okay, we move on to patriarchy या पितृशाही. तो जैसा मैंने सुबह कहा कि जब औरतों ने देखा कि वो लोग बड़ा ऑप्रेस्ड फील कर रही हैं एज वुमेन, उनके तजुर्बात ऐसे रहे हैं कि उनका जगह जगह इस्तेसाल होता है, ऑपरेशन होता है, दे फील इट एंड दे सी इट ऑल अराउंड एंड दे फाउंड कि इसको एक्सप्रेस करने के लिए कोई भी ऐसा कोई कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है, किसी ने भी उसको ठीक से एज अ थियरी सामने नहीं रखा है, उसको कंसेप्चुलाइज नहीं किया है। तो उसको ठीक से कंसेप्चुलाइज करने के लिए, समझने के लिए, जनरलाइज करने के लिए जरूरत थी एक कॉन्सेप्ट की। तो वहां से निकला ये कॉन्सेप्ट पेट्रियार्की कि वो क्या है, जो कि और जब वो कॉन्सेप्ट आएगा तो पता लगेगा कि सिर्फ मेरी बात नहीं है, इनकी बात नहीं है, उनकी बात नहीं है, that this is a system. And what is that system? To understand women's subordination, to understand the principles underlying the subordination. So the term patriarchy came as an attempt to understand and explain the oppression, the subordination of women. और जब ये कॉन्सेप्ट की बात आई तो फिर ये भी हुआ कि हमें पता करना पड़ेगा कि बेसिस क्या है औरतों के सबऑर्डिनेशन का, उसकी जड़ में क्या है, ये रूट कॉज क्या है, व्हाई डिड द वुमन गेट सबऑर्डिनेटेड, इक्वालिटी क्यों नहीं रही, मर्द क्यों नहीं सबऑर्डिनेट हुए, उसके पीछे क्या एक्सप्लेनेशंस हैं। तो इस सब को समझने के लिए, समझाने के लिए ये कॉन्सेप्ट पेट्रियार्की का इस्तेमाल किया गया और इसके कई मायने हैं। इसका सीधा साधा मायना तो है, जैसे पितृशाही से जाहिर है, बाप का कानून या बाप का निजाम, द पावर ऑफ द फादर विद इन द फैमिली, द कंट्रोल ओवर रिसोर्सेस, decision making, and also the sexuality of women and their fertility. The control over the resources, the control over women's sexuality, women's fertility, and over all decisions, or the main decisions. So the power of the father over the others. Father's control over all members of the family, control over activities and resources. So this is used to explain the institutional structure of society. And this structure, which is characterized by male domination. तो इस टर्म से ही जाहिर है कि माशरे में there is domination and subordination. There is hierarchy between the sexes. एक सीढ़ी नुमा सिस्टम है, एक ऊपर है जो हावी रहते हैं और दूसरे हैं जो मातहत हैं, कमतर हैं, सबऑर्डिनेटेड। सबऑर्डिनेटेड को क्या कह रहे हैं? मातहत। मातहत इज नॉट डिपेंडेंस, है ताबे, ताबे ताबेदार जिससे बनता है ताबे। तो अब जैसे ये I'll just read out like for some people, some women. We did. मातहत
और डिपेंडेंस तो मुताजी है,
मुताजी मातहत। हाँ, तो patriarchy refers to a society which is organized according to two sets of principles, that male shall dominate female and that older male shall dominate younger male. So according to one of the feminists, these two sets of principles govern most societies in the world. तो यहाँ ये कहा जाता है कि this is the political aspect of the relationship between the sexes. And political, वही कल वाला जो इस्तेमाल हम कर रहे थे, politics is a relationship of power. So the political aspect of the relationship between the sexes, कि वहाँ चूंकि बराबरी नहीं है, वहाँ भी power relationship का खेल चलता रहता है. So it is that. तो एक तरफ तो it refers to this structure of male domination, female subordination. But it also refers to the ideology which is patriarchal ideology. वही वाली बात आ गई कि एक तो है स्ट्रक्चर, दूसरा है कि उस स्ट्रक्चर को कायम रखने का जो नजरिया है, और वो बहुत जरूरी होता है. जैसा स्टेट के लिए हमने बताया कि भाई एक तो डंडा मार के आपने रखना है, दूसरा ये है कि आपने एक नजरिया इस खूबसूरती से फैला देना है कि जो मातहत हैं वो समझे कि हमारी मातहत तो लाजमी है, और जो कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं वो कहें भाई दिस इज नेचुरल, this is because of this. So the patriarchal ideology. So patriarchy, the word refers both to the structure as well as to the ideology. और ideology हम देखते हैं कि जैसे हम लोग कब से कह रहे हैं, ये ideology हर institution से निकल के आती है. Education, आप कोई किताब उठा के देख लें तो जाहिर है जिस तरीके की तस्वीरें होंगी, जैसी उसमें बात होगी, मेल सुपीरियर, फीमेल इंफीरियर. आप पूरा मीडिया उठा के देख लें, मेल सुपीरियर, फीमेल इंफीरियर. आप रिलीजन उठा लें, मेल सुपीरियर, फीमेल इंफीरियर. आप लॉ उठा लें, मेल सुपीरियर, फीमेल इंफीरियर. टेक एनी इंस्टीट्यूशन and the male supremacy, the male domination is reflected in that. So patriarchy refers to both the ideology as well as the system. लेकिन मुश्किल ये है कि as I said, is not either there is not just a single explanation of patriarchy nor a simple explanation. क्योंकि जब बात आती है ये कहाँ से शुरू हुआ, क्यों शुरू हुआ, उसमें बहुत फर्क है, और मैं उसमें अभी नहीं जाऊंगी बिकॉज ये जो फर्क है उससे फिर जो फेमिनिस्ट पोजीशंस हैं वो जुड़ी हुई हैं. कुछ फेमिनिस्ट कहती हैं कि माशरे में मेन प्रॉब्लम ही ये जो सेक्सेस के बीच में जो क्लास सिस्टम है ना, दे कॉल इट अ क्लास सिस्टम ऑल्सो. दे से देयर आर टू काइंड ऑफ क्लास सिस्टम्स. वन इज द इकोनॉमिक क्लास सिस्टम. इकोनॉमिक क्लास सिस्टम जो हमने सुबह बात की, मीन्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन कौन कैसे ओन करता है. सो देयर इज बुर्जुआजी एंड देयर इज प्रोलेटारिएट. कहती है एक तो ये है, लेकिन एक वो कहती है सेक्स क्लास सिस्टम है, जिस सेक्स क्लास सिस्टम में मेल डोमिनेट्स, फीमेल इज डोमिनेटेड. तो उनका ये कहना है कि जो सेक्स क्लास सिस्टम है इट इज ऑटोनोमस ऑफ द अदर सिस्टम, कि उसका रिश्ता जो दूसरा क्लास सिस्टम है उससे नहीं देखती. We'll go into that later. I'm just simply saying that it's really very complicated and we'll get into that. Then there are the others, the Marxist or the socialist feminists, who say कि औरतों की मातहती को अगर हम समझना चाहते हैं तो हमको जो क्लास डिफरेंसेस, इकोनॉमिक क्लास डिफरेंसेस हैं उनको भी समझना जरूरी है. तो अगर आपका एनालिसिस ये है, एक तो कहते हैं कि भाई ये मेल फीमेल, दिस इज द मेन डिफरेंस. दैट मीन्स जब आप फिर उसको सोल्यूशन पर आओगे तो आप कहोगे कि मेल और फीमेल का झगड़ा है, किसी ना किसी तरह हमने मेल को बदलना. लेकिन अगर आप कहते हो कि ये जो मेल फीमेल का झगड़ा है इसका रिश्ता है क्लास सिस्टम से, तो फिर आप कहोगे कि जी क्लास सिस्टम को भी बदलना है, मेल फीमेल रिलेशनशिप को भी बदलना है. सो देन योर फाइट इज नॉट जस्ट with the man as a man, then your fight is with the capitalist system as well. और इस कॉन्सेप्ट की जरूरत मार्क्सिस्ट को इसलिए पड़ी कि मार्क्सिज्म में भी कोई कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं थे औरतों की मातहतों को समझने का. उन्होंने तो यही कहा कि क्लास सिस्टम की वजह से ये प्रॉब्लम है औरतों का डोमिनेटेड होना. क्लास सिस्टम को आप बदल दीजिए, सोशलिस्ट सोसाइटी ले आइए, तो बस औरतों का कल्याण ही कल्याण है, ये तो बस हो गई ठीक. और औरतें अब देख रही हैं कि जहां भी सोशलिज्म आ गया है वहां औरतों की रिहाई नहीं हुई है, औरतें बराबरी का ओहदा नहीं पाई हैं. तो वो कह रही हैं कि नहीं पाई तो फिर गड़बड़ क्या है. सो देन दे हैव नाउ स्टार्टेड यूजिंग these terms, subordination, patriarchy, and are saying कि हाँ class system is important, but that's not the only problem. So they look at both these things. They look at patriarchy and class, whereas some feminists only look at patriarchy, and some feminists mainly look at class. So then we will come into these differences. इसमें explanations में basically 2 या 3 explanations हैं कि साहब पेट्रियार्की क्यों चालू हुई. 3 समझ लेते हैं. एक है मैन द हंटर मॉडल. वो कहते हैं कि साहब ये जो मर्द है ये हंटर था शुरू से. सबसे पहले वो जाके मार के ले आता था, शिकार करके लाता था, और जो शिकार से जो चीज वो पाता था वो हमारा सबसे पहला खाना था. दैट वाज द फर्स्ट फूड, वाज मीट. और शिकार करने के लिए इट वाज द मैन जिसने की हथियार बनाए. पहले हड्डियों से बनाए, फिर लकड़ी से बनाए, पत्थर से बनाए, फिर धीरे धीरे वो हथियार इम्प्रूव होते चले गए. और क्योंकि वो खाना लाता था, औरतों को मुहैया कराता था, औरतें उसके ऊपर मोहताज थी कि वो खाना देगा तो वो खाना खाएंगी. और दूसरे उसने हथियार बनाए थे तो उसके पास अब हथियार भी थे, तो वो हथियार के जोर पे भी जोर जबरदस्ती कर सकता था, अपनी औरतों के साथ भी कर सकता था. और जब दूसरे मर्दों के टोलियों को वो जीत लेता था तो उनकी औरतें और उनको भी फिर वो स्लेव्स के लिए ले आता था.
पता नहीं, हो सकता है कि गलत है, मुझे पता नहीं. मैं आपसे कहते हैं कि सबसे पहले हथियार औरत नहीं करती.
हाँ, तो वो उस पर हम लोग आएंगे अभी. तो फिर ये भी कहते हैं कि साहब उसने सिर्फ खाना वाना ही नहीं बनाया, कि जो भी सिविलाइजेशन आई है वो भी मर्द नहीं बनाई है. सारी की सारी चीज के मतलब उसी ने जो भी उसके बाद किया. उसके बाद एग्रीकल्चर आई, इंडस्ट्री आई, फलाना ढिकाना आया, दैट इज ऑल मेल डन. और ये जो सोचने का तरीका है वो इंसान को काफी कुछ जानवरों के जैसे देखता है कि दे ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड ह्यूमन बीइंग्स थ्रू एनिमल बिहेवियर. कि बिकॉज एनिमल्स आर एग्रेसिव, they control because they can control through physical power. So man also in the same way is aggressive and controls through physical power, etc. तो जैसा शायद ये कह रही हैं शायस्ता कि फिर जब कुछ औरतें रिसर्च करने लगी, खासतौर से जो तुमने बात कही है, ये औरतें एंथ्रोपोलॉजिस्ट जब हुई तो उन्होंने भी रिसर्च की, उन्होंने भी उसको देखने की कोशिश की, इंटरप्रेट करने की कोशिश की. तो उनका मानना ये है कि मेल द हंटर के पहले फीमेल द गैदरर थी. फीमेल द गैदरर. बिफोर ह्यूमन बीइंग्स स्टार्टेड किलिंग एनिमल्स टू ईट, वो शायद जगह जगह जाके जो कुछ भी खाने लायक चारों तरफ था, बेर थे या कुछ थे या बेरीज थी या जो भी पेड़ों पे लग रहे थे, फल फूल, ये वो खाने की कोशिश की. तो वो औरत का मेन काम था. On the basis of evidence available. I mean, they went into however the assumption male was कि भाई
working on archaeological science.
Archaeological plus present tribal societies which are also studied a lot to understand the past. So the same methods were used what the men anthropologists were using. And probably both are still tentative. I mean, the research is still on. तो ये कहते हैं कि जी औरतें गैदरर थी, वो गैदर करती थी. और उसके बाद जब शिकार भी चालू हुआ तो शिकार करने जब वो जाते थे तो 1 मिनट में तो मार के नहीं ले आते थे. तो वो जब शिकार पर भी जाते थे तो औरतें उनको साथ में खाने पीने को इतना वो गैदर्ड किया हुआ माल दे देती थी कि मर्द शिकार के लिए औरतों की मेहनत पर मोहताज थे. अगर औरत उनको 2-3 दिन तक गुजारा करने के लिए वो न देती, so there was a relationship of give and take, but woman was the gatherer. अब एग्रीकल्चर की इजाद, एग्रीकल्चर इज व्हाट, ज़राअत, उसको ढूंढने वाली, उसको सबसे पहले करने वाली औरत थी. क्योंकि वो उसका काम ही गैदरिंग वगैरह का था, तो वहीं रहती थी, तो उसने देखा होगा कि कैसे बीज जो है उगने लग जाता है, फिर फलाना बीज डालो तो ये पौधा होता है, फलाना डालो तो वो होता है। तो औरत ने जरा शुरू की, और उसने ज़रात का जो पहला हथियार था या इंस्ट्रूमेंट था, हो कोई उर्दू में क्या कहेंगे हैं,
वो जो छोटा
खुरपी की, चाहे वो फिर वो हड्डी की खुरपी थी या वो थी, उसने उसकी इजाद की। तो इनका ये कहना है कि अगर हम कहते हैं कि सिविलाइजेशन की शुरुआत किसने की, तो वो औरतों ने की। हाँ, so they say that agriculture was definitely started by women. These people say, these women say.
Hunting probably was
Yeah.
only by man.
Yeah.
Civilization, those people, just not one man, so one woman, she was both.
The story.
I don't think actually we should get into this. These are positions, and then when we discuss it, because many times it's going to happen that one may be presenting a position where we ourselves may not agree, but we still have to present it, giving the person credit for having done that work.
तो इन और एंथ्रोपोलॉजिस्ट का ये कहना है कि मर्दों ने जब हथियार थे, वो शिकार के बिजनेस में थे, वो हंटिंग में थे, वो इधर उधर थे, तो हमेशा उनका रिश्ता जो था, औरत के साथ भी रिश्ता, औरों के साथ भी जानवरों के साथ रिश्ता, वो एक रिश्ता था ऑफ डिस्ट्रक्शन, ऑफ एंटेगोनिज्म, ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट। जबकि औरतों का जो रिश्ता था कुदरत के साथ, वो था ऑफ नर्चरिंग, ऑफ यूजिंग नेचर इन अ क्रिएटिव वे। I mean, this is again, we are just explaining these things without saying what is correct, what is wrong.
But did they give any explanation for this? That why would women play this role of gatherer? And hunter का तो समझ में आया कि for physical force it was needed, so man would do it. But for as a gatherer of fruits and berries.
Because again, the same logic would be that she was the one who was around, she was not going anywhere, she was having children.
Well, there's a group, there's various, again, you see, debates within this whole academic debate. There'll be one group of, so not just women, male anthropologists too, who will argue that long before humans were eating meat, they were living on agriculture. That's how they date the agriculture coming first. To meat, that meat is not something that human beings have always eaten. And in fact, it wasn't agriculture so much; it was just sort of berries and whatever gathering society. And there, in the gathering stage, both gathered. When it was just a question of berries. Then when settlement started, actually even Engels in this book will go into this thing of, when settlement starts, then women actually, because of their, sometimes because of children, at least for a while, it's not that they stuck it forever, but at least for those 2-3 months, they were placed in a certain position, sort of static state. And that's when they start to live, because the berries, you see, you have to wander a lot. And this goes into and maybe we should wait on it a little, because in this gathering stage, what society is like and how it's functioning, etc., is something that those of us who live today, it's quite difficult to even conceive of this type of society.
There's no marriage,
there's no family, they're working in gens and clans, and the whole relationships are very different of who is meant to be doing what. And but certainly in the gathering stage, both are gathering. But when it starts settling,
This stage is not adulterated.
huh?
So this thing is कि भाई male, the hunter, उसने हथियार डेवलप किए और उसकी वजह से उसने औरतों को कंट्रोल करना शुरू कर दिया. But then we also gave you the other view कि भाई ऐसा, that is probably not the same. The other explanation for patriarchy, which is given by a lot of people, is biological determinism. कि जी औरतों को जैसा बनाया है, जिसने भी बनाया है, औरतों की जो बनावट है उससे ही एक्सप्लेन हो जाता है कि औरत को दबाया जाएगा, मर्द दबाएगा. Your nature to dominate is determined by your hormones and your genes and the बनावट of your body. Determinism की, और उसमें एक स्लोगन आता है कि your biology is your fate. Your biology is your fate, कि एक दफा जैसे पैदा हो गए वही आपका सब कुछ बन गया. और कि भाई मर्द अगर है तो he can't help it if he is aggressive or if he is forward coming or if he is this and that. It's because of the body and all the differences between men and women are explained away through their biology. और यहाँ ये याद करने की चीज़ है कि हमारे यहाँ पहले भी बायोलॉजिकल डिटर्मिनिज्म का इस्तेमाल हुआ है. रेसिज्म और स्लेवरी को जस्टिफाई करने के लिए भी ये कहा जाता था कि अगर जर्मन्स बेहतर हैं तो इसलिए है कि उनकी बायोलॉजी कुछ ऐसी है, वो आर्यंस हैं, और आर्यंस हैं तो उनके फिर दिमाग ज़्यादा बेहतर है, और ये काले लोग हैं जो स्लेव्स हैं वो इसलिए हैं कि उनको बनाया ही ऐसा गया है, और वो मतलब कुछ और हो ही नहीं सकते कि बायोलॉजी की वजह से वो डोमिनेटेड रहते हैं. वो हमारी वो हमारी ताबेदारी करेंगे और वो हमारी सेवा करेंगे. So both those ideologies also have had biological determinism as their basis. लेकिन अगर हम चारों तरफ देखते हैं तो we see that there is really no proof for biological determinism. अगर हम मर्द और औरत की बात करते हैं तो हम देखते हैं कि अलग अलग माशरे में जो मर्द और औरत के रोल है वो बहुत फ़र्क है. अगर सब कुछ बायोलॉजिकल होता तो जब हम अपने ही माशरे में देखते हैं कि कहीं पर जैसे हमारे यहाँ ट्राइबल्स हैं जिसमें औरत काम पे जाती है, या पहाड़ों में औरतें काम पे जाती हैं, मर्द घर पे बैठते हैं. औरतें मेहनत का काम करती हैं, मर्द जो है वो कढ़ाई भी करते हैं, बुनाई करते हैं, और जब देखो वो कतली काटते रहते हैं. और अफ्रीकन सोसाइटीज़ में भी काफ़ी कुछ ये है कि मर्द जो है अपने आप को सजाते हैं, संवरते हैं, औरतें इतना नहीं करती. तो दीज डिफरेंसेस विच वी फाइंड ऑल्सो, जो sexual division of labor, this is called sexual division of labor, the work you do according to your sex is so different in societies, and it's also been changing so much. बहुत सी चीज़ें 100 साल पहले औरतें नहीं करती थी, अब वो करती हैं. तो अगर सब कुछ जिस्म की वजह से ही तय होता तो फिर ये जो फ़र्क आए हैं पिछले 1000 साल में या 2000 साल में या हमारे यहाँ पिछले 40-50 साल में, वो कोई भी फ़र्क नहीं आ सकता था. हमने बस चार दीवारी के अंदर ही रहना था, हम नौकरियों पर नहीं जा सकते थे वगैरह. जो तीसरी चीज़ है वो ये है कि एक तो अलग अलग माशरे में अलग सेक्सुअल डिवीजन ऑफ लेबर है, लेकिन कई दफ़ा हम देखते हैं कि एक मर्द की जो फितरत है, उसकी जो नेचर है, वो इतनी फ़र्क है दूसरे मर्द की फितरत से. एक लड़की जो है वो आपस में उनके इतने फ़र्क हैं. सो even psychological behavioral differences between men and women. You will find a man very sensitive, जिनको हम कहते हैं कि लड़कियों जैसा लड़का है, या लड़की को हम कहते हैं माई मुंडा है या टॉम बॉय है. Those differences are so vast at times that one feels that this is not so. और तीसरा है कि जो हमारे यहाँ केसेस हुए हैं कि जो बच्चे कहीं किसी वजह से जंगल में पले, वो बिल्कुल जानवरों के जैसे पले. So all these things show that it's really your upbringing at times, the things which are more important. और फिर ये भी कहा जाता है कि ये जो कहते हैं कि साहब आपके हार्मोन्स जो हैं उससे आपकी नेचर डिटरमिन होती है, तो कुछ हद तक ये भी देखा जाता है कि हमारी जो our life also changes our hormonal system, our physical system at times. कि जैसे अगर just one example, that if sometimes we are very tense or we are traveling somewhere, we might menstruate earlier, we might menstruate later. That tension leads to physical changes, that certain sort of things even change your biology. And अगर लोग 100 साल तक 200 साल तक कोई खाने पीने में अगर डेफिशिएंसी रह गई तो वो पूरी जिंदगी के लिए उस कौम के अंदर वो चीज़ आ जाती है. इसी तरह से औरतों की भी अगर एक तरीके से परवरिश हो बहुत सदियों तक तो those differences have been seen. So these are the arguments against biological determinism. और biological determinism के साथ जो दूसरी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अगर हम ये मानते हैं कि मर्द और औरत अपने जिस्म की वजह से ये है तो हम ये मानते हैं कि उनको फिर बदला नहीं जा सकता. तो मर्द अपनी फितरत नहीं बदल सकते, औरत अपनी फितरत नहीं बदल सकती. तो अगर आपने उनसे डील करना है तो फिर तुम मारना और मर के ही होगा. There is no changing then. I mean, you are determined for life. तो फिर वो जो स्कोप है कि everybody can change, everybody can learn new behavior, that is then done away with. तो अगर मर्द अग्रेसिव है तो हम मर्द को ये नहीं कहते कि देखो तुम अगर कोशिश करोगे 3-4-5 साल में तुम ठीक हो सकते हो, तो हम मान के चलते हैं कि वो अग्रेसिव ही रहेगा. या औरत डिपेंडेंट है तो ये नहीं है कि भाई तुम कोशिश करो तो तुम 2-4 साल में बाय प्रैक्टिस बाय दिस दैट यू विल इम्प्रूव. So it takes things for granted and it doesn't leave scope for change. इसी से मिली जुली जो तीसरी थ्योरी सी है, it's really biological determinism basically. वो से कि औरतों का इस्तेसाल या उनका जो मातहती है वो इसलिए है क्योंकि वो बच्चे पैदा करती हैं और बच्चे पैदा करने की वजह से वो खास तौर से कुछ महीनों तक मोहताज हो जाती हैं. उनकी जो जिस्मानी ताकत है वो कम हो जाती है और इस वजह से जो है मर्द उनके ऊपर हावी हो जाते हैं. तो दिस इज वन. लेकिन इसमें एक और स्कूल ऑफ थॉट है, वो कहते हैं कि इस वजह से नहीं कि औरतें बच्चे पैदा करती हैं, लेकिन चूंकि वो बच्चे पैदा करती हैं मर्द उसका फिर दे यूज दिस to make them physically and psychologically dependent on them. So then this whole thing of reproduction becomes the basis for ideological and political control of women. So that's just another version of the same thing. So one is कि भाई because they reproduce they are this, but the other school of thought says not because they reproduce but because the fact of reproduction is made the basis to control them. इसका मतलब ये भी हुआ कि if you wanted the fact of reproduction to be praised, if you wanted that because they reproduce they are the ones who are superior, that could also have been the ideology. That fact कि वो उसके अंदर ये ताकत है नया बनाने की, because of that she is superior, because of that she will rule, because of that she will dictate. That could also have become the case, but it didn't. So these are some explanations, and one other explanation which is much better worked out is given by the Marxists. Engels ने सबसे पहले उसके बारे में डिटेल में बात की थी, तो उस पर अब बनी आगे बताएंगे. So basically, just to repeat, to understand and explain the subordination of women, the concept of patriarchy was used by women. वो जो मार्क्सिस्ट ट्रेडिशन में थी औरतें, उनको लगा कि मार्क्सिज्म में इस फिनोमिना को समझाने के लिए काफी नहीं है, तो उनको भी जरूरत पड़ी किसी और कॉन्सेप्ट की, तो पेट्रियार्की यूज हुआ. पेट्रियार्की से मतलब हमारा है वो इंस्टीट्यूशन, वो स्ट्रक्चर जो औरतों को नीचे रखता है, मर्दों को डोमिनेशन बाय मैन. हाँ, इसमें एक बात मैं बताना भूल गई थी. इसमें कुछ लोगों का कहना है कि पेट्रियार्की को पनपाने का जो सबसे बड़ा यूनिट है वो है फैमिली. पेट्रियार्की पनपती है फैमिली में और फैमिली उसको पानी डाल डाल के पेट्रियार्की को बढ़ाती है. वो वहाँ उसको पनपाती है, वहाँ उसको आगे ले जाती है, वहाँ प्रैक्टिस देती है वो लड़के को पेट्रियार्क बनने की और लड़की को मोहताज मातहत होने की. So the family is the basic unit according to one thinker, which is Kate Millett. The other thing which was said was कि पेट्रियार्की के अंदर समझाने के, पेट्रियार्की को समझाने के कई तरीके हैं, समझने के, समझाने के. And there we will come into different strands of feminism, because their main difference is how will they understand patriarchy and then what solutions they give to deal with patriarchy. And finally, we just looked at 3 or 4 ways of explaining where did patriarchy start. One is man the hunter. Second was biological determinism. Very closely related to that is क्योंकि औरतें reproduce करती हैं, बच्चे पैदा करती हैं, उस वजह से शायद ये चालू हुआ हो. And then the other better worked out theory is by Engels.
What did you think of the existentialist Simone de Beauvoir? Although
कैसी है?
जो शास्त्र का जो है ना, I mean, she says that well, by nature there is a kind of a tension between any two people, and if there are two sexes, so tension hota hai. And at some stages in history, the woman has been superior, and at some stages it is the man. But that you have to just use the premise you have to begin from, that there is going to be tension between sexes. और फिर of course for the explanation she mentioned many of these very
Okay, well, it's one position and something that we should discuss. It's not something that I personally found very convincing. Because, and the reason why I don't find it convincing, that Simone takes you, if she's talking about this tension, और ये बात अब होगी when we start talking about feminism, कि वो primary contradiction क्या है, वो contradictions की बात आ जाती है, where a lot of the debates occur, within Marxism and within feminism. And the tension, you see that in conceptual terms there's no such thing as a tension. It's an antagonism, or it's intention is a social word, not economic phenomena, or not, doesn't have a material base. And the resolution of that becomes, and the thing is that some women have taken that, and they're the ones who've gone into this women as a class. Because this is another ongoing tension, and women are therefore a class, and using the same thesis, antithesis type thing, how do you move into this other, maybe it's the tension is one way in one society, and then another way in another. How has it moved? Has it moved through a battle? Has it moved through subjugating the other sex? Has it moved, what is the process? And then is that the process that you want? So, because Simone sort of says it like this and leaves it.
Although she questions the Marxist theory also, that they are not very convincing also. The various stages and why the society functions private property, how it is.
Yes, sure, that's
Have
true.
you been reading Simone in later years? Because she moved.
She's moved a lot from that.
She moved a lot from her the position it was in second sex, so she turned into quite a feminist. But I don't know very much about her later work, except that she became a feminist before she wouldn't admit to herself as having been a feminist. A lot of her work was a basis for a lot of feminists.
So I think in concluding the whole thing on patriarchy, I'd just like to read one para, longest para, from this book written by Sally Alexander and Barbara Taylor, In Defense of Patriarchy. They say that in defense, the concept of patriarchy points to a strategy which will eliminate not men but masculinity. So the enemy is not man, the enemy is the maleness, the aggressiveness, etc. So, which will eliminate not men but masculinity, and transform the whole web of psychosocial relations in which masculinity and femininity are formed. It is a position from which we can begin to reclaim for political change precisely those areas of life which are usually deemed biological or natural. We'll start rethinking of those areas where we say this is biological, this is natural. It allows us to confront not only the day-to-day social practices through which men exercise power over women, but also mechanisms through which patterns of authority and submission become part of the sexed personality itself, the fathers in our heads, so to say. It has helped us to think about sexual division, which cannot be understood simply as a byproduct of economic class relations or of biology, but which has an independent dynamic that will only be overcome by an independent feminist politics. Finally, it has allowed us to look past our immediate experiences as women to the processes underlying and shaping that experience. For like class, sexual antagonism is not something which can be understood simply by living it. It needs to be analyzed with concepts forged for that purpose. The theories which have developed around patriarchy have been the first systematic attempts to provide these explanations. The main things that really to understand the system, to understand the process, to look for a rationale for this, and again it's also a political concept in the sense that one is using the term patriarchy also to change patriarchy. It's the same thing. You're not just using patriarchy to understand what it is and then to sit on it. So it's in that sense a concept which is being used so that you can attack it, you can change it, so that you don't accept your gender as your fate. You don't accept that which is called natural or biological to limit you from thinking, from growing, from changing relationships between men and women. नहीं वो नहीं है, लेकिन ये भी कहा जाता था 500 साल पहले, 500 साल पहले या 1000 साल पहले ये भी कहा जा सकता था कि जब तक एक वडेरा, अभी भी मतलब एक वडेरा चाहिए, उसके नीचे 500-600 मजदूर चाहिए, या एक स्लेव ड्राइवर चाहिए, स्लेव होंगे, या एक राजा चाहिए क्योंकि उसके नीचे फिर ये लोग चाहिए. What I'm saying is forms of organization have changed.
Excuse me for saying it, Najma, not here. I can say that is functioning all right and smoothly the name because I've had all kinds of experiences. I mean, या तो sometimes you get 3 press citizens, एक अन्नी आके दे जाएंगी, फिर तहमीना आके दे जाएंगी. Sometimes they all say and nobody like किसी जैसे meeting में they want the speaker. किसी ने कहा ही नहीं, फिर एंड कहा कि प्लीज आके बोल दो because so and so was supposed to call you. So I mean, but it's all right.
No, also the thing which we will talk about, okay, the family has not always existed anyway, and the family in itself is an institution that is in history very new.
अभी की बात करें.
हाँ, मतलब कि अगर अभी की, we need to you go through stages, and institutions come about because of certain conditions of
आदमी की एक्शन की वजह से ना.
हाँ, तो इसका मतलब
भाई अगर नहीं थी, एक नेचुरल चीज नहीं है, बायोलॉजिकल चीज नहीं है और नहीं थी, तो वो बदल भी सकते हैं.
It can change. वही तो है ना कि
But what one is saying is that these changes आते रहते हैं. It wasn't there once, अब ये unit आया. It can change.
So really that because things have changed over time.
Heavy just considering that these things have changed.
No, but I also don't see really why 2 people living in a marriage can't have. Why do you have to have a patriarch?
Besides, it depends on what is your concept of good.
The both can right.
Woman is unhappy.
Or why not the patriarch?
मैं तो ये कह रही हूँ, एक आप एक बात मुझे था कि एक बात जो मैं जॉइन किसी को कहते हैं एक बॉस होना चाहिए.
वो बात सुन ली, we understood that. The thing is कि पहली बात कि ये जो सोचने के तरीके हैं ये हर वक्त पर बदलते रहे हैं. पहले ये था कि जी डेमोक्रेसी की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, कैसे ये जो इनको सोचना ही नहीं आता है जाहिल कहीं के, ये कैसे किसी उसको चुन सकते हैं। तो उससे सिर्फ हम इतना कह रहे हैं कि जी इंसान के सोचने के तरीके, इंसान के अपने आप को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के तरीके बदलते रहे। इसका मतलब ये है कि ये कोई ऐसी चीज़ नहीं है जो एक दफ़ा किसी ने बना दी ऊपर से और वैसी ही चलेगी। अगर पिछले 5000 साल पहले फैमिली नहीं थी, इसका मतलब, और आज फैमिली है, इसका मतलब है कि आज हमारे और आपके जैसे इंसान अगर सोचें और समझें कि आज जैसी फैमिली है उसमें कुछ गड़बड़ है, तो उसको बदला जा सकता है कि ह्यूमन बीइंग इज द क्रिएटर ऑफ द रिलेशनशिप्स ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस एटसेट्रा। और इसी तरीके से अगर हमने यही सोचा होता कि भाई एक बॉस की ज़रूरत है, तो वो बॉस तो स्लेव ड्राइवर भी हो सकता है, वो डिक्टेटर भी हो सकता है, तो फिर हम क्यों डेमोक्रेसी की बात करते हैं, फिर हम क्यों बात करते हैं कि हमें सोचना है या समझना है। और बातें हो रही हैं, और ये भी होता है कि भाई पहले ये होता था कि जो राजा है उसका बेटा राजा बनेगा, जो एम्परर है उसका बेटा एम्परर बनेगा। फिर ये हुआ कि क्या जरूरी है कि उसका बेटा ही बड़ा लायक होगा, हो सकता है कि दुनिया में और जो लोग हैं बड़े लायक होंगे, तो क्या जरूरी है कि मेरे बाप का जो बड़ा भाई, मेरा भाई है, वही जो है वो घर का मालिक बनेगा। हो सकता है कि भाई मैं ज्यादा वो हूँ, तो भाई इलेक्शन हो जाए घर में भी, कौन ज्यादा लायक है कौन ज्यादा लायक नहीं है, या बड़ा बच्चा बनेगा, वो चाहे लड़की हो चाहे लड़का हो। सो ऑल वी आर सेइंग इज बिकॉज दिस हैज चेंज्ड, it means it can be further changed. It is not God who has created these forms. If God had created these, they would not have changed. There would not be difference between India and Africa and this and that, between the upper class, the Vadera class and the working class, between this and that. There will not be any matriarchal societies. There won't be any matrilineal societies. फिर तो एक तरीके की फैमिली पूरी दुनिया में होती जब से दुनिया बनी तब से लेके आज तक। लेकिन चूंकि ऐसा नहीं हुआ है, इसका मतलब है कि इंसान उसको बदल सकते हैं, और हम जिस जमाने में रहेंगे उसको देखेंगे और कहेंगे कि नहीं, इसको यहाँ से बदल के अब हमने यहाँ ले जाना है, जो कि करते आए। आज इसको हटा दिया तो ये सिस्टम बना लिया, इसको हटा के ये सिस्टम बना लिया। सो दैट्स ऑल व्हाट इज सेइंग।
आज की जो फैमिली है वो हो सकता है कि कल उसकी जरूरत ना हो, तो इट कैन चेंज। लेकिन मैं अभी कि आज की फैमिली के अंदर ये कभी डेमोक्रेसी सोचा है कि स्लेव ड्राइवर वैसे डेमोक्रेसी जरूरत नहीं होनी चाहिए, लेकिन डेमोक्रेसी आई। डेमोक्रेसी में भी हुआ कि देयर हैज टू बी वन पर्सन हु हैड टू टेक इट आफ्टर लिसनिंग टू एवरीबॉडी हु हैड द फाइनल डिसीजन। दिस इज एवरी हर जगह पे है, जिसमें भी चले जाए मिलता है कि आप पहले सबसे पूछ के तो सिर्फ एक बंदा एक जो है वो फाइनल डिसीजन लेता है, नहीं लेता, कई जगह बिल्कुल नहीं लेता। It is not true. Where? I mean, in my country, it's the parliament which decides. Rajiv Gandhi doesn't decide. The parliament decides. It's the vote. It's the vote taken. The majority decides. Rajiv Gandhi is nobody. And what's the need of Rajiv Gandhi? Nothing. He is just there as a spokesperson, but the majority decides. The majority decides, and the final. He doesn't decide. It's wrong. The final time is done by one person. That is family can. Can I? This is the chair. Why do you ask me? It doesn't necessarily have to be a man. But chair, please be active and be seen to be the chair. I keep forgetting I'm the chair. Now please don't forget. That is the reminder. That's why I have to give very. I think what she wants to know is that after the family, do we need someone to head the family, basically, to take decisions? This is what she wants, a yes or a no. The answer now. What is the answer? Let the other people speak up. Let the other. This is very close. In the family, do we need a family? Okay. There's. Well, at the moment, where we are, thing is my husband, myself, and my child. And between the two of us, I don't think anyone can say they made a decision. I don't think Amma can ever say he made decisions. For the two of us, and I don't think I can ever say I made the decision for both of us. You need to consent with you, right? Yes, we discuss it. तो तुम्हारी यहाँ एनआरकी होगी ना? नहीं एनआरकी क्यों है?
The question that you are raising to, in fact, I've been discussing over this. Lot of people have this kind of, whether it's a family unit, because that's the first social and political unit, and then you can draw an analogy and you come to the entire state system. Hierarchy nahi hogi, and if there is not one person at the top to enforce. Now one person can only enforce one decision, but that's what exactly we are opposing. When we are people, within the family, we can take two positions, right? Now, why it should be, agar on one ground, why it should be a man? This could be one position. The second position is no, we can all, when we are talking of equality, right? Then we can all take our own decisions when there is no question of dependency, right? Or jahan pe conflicts of interest ho, we go our way, right? वो एक चीज आ रही है इसलिए कि the man is at the top, everything else is just an extension of his, to his decision, and that's why there is a need for imposition. और फिर तुम उसी को, the problem is कि तुम उसी चीज को लेके you don't draw an alternative, you try to think and stop, because it's all interconnected. You will get your own answers. Did you get my point?
Do I want it? Well, basically, before going into anger, I just want to remind everyone that really in 4 or 5 days or 8 days, we can only, this is simply an introduction to almost the wealth of thinking in these areas. So, at one level, there will be many, positions that people are taking. Even they are really relating to the stage at which they are in the debates. Some of them are not resolved even as debates. There would be no debate if it was resolved. The fact is, and the interesting and exciting thing in feminism is, because there's no final word and final book or whatever, that there's immense flexibility and in terms of conditions, in terms of new information, and it's so new, the topic in itself, that there's a whole range of things, and this is in itself just something minuscule in terms of the amount that needs to be done. In fact, the amount that needs to be done by people like us, because unfortunately, I'm not saying unfortunately in any sort of value thing, that a lot of these things are coming from the West, but we will see that, we're actually sitting on one of the oldest civilizations. And if anyone is going to be doing work on patriarchy, it's going to be us. Meaning us, parts of Latin America, the Red Indian tribe, meaning it's those that had the oldest civilization, that have the archaeological, meaning that this is where the work needs to be done. It's unfortunate that this is where it's not being done. So it's being done in a vacuum almost. But I think it's important, and we should, even if we sat in study circles for years, we would not even be able to discuss or analyze even the material already available. I feel that the people in Karachi, Shirkata, who has a library, and that there should be a conscious policy. Many of us have contacts abroad, we go ourselves to build up the information, to build up that people can use. Lahore mein thoda bahut, because of some individuals, we do have at least say enough material for several years of study circles. But I find that in Karachi, this is theoretical information, there is a gap. The material that we brought some of the material, kuch hamare paas to supplement this. We have some photocopies. If people are interested in some of the debates, we brought some. We didn't put them in the packs because it was really a question of inclination more. But on this housework, many of the terms that will come up, the debates that will come up, kuch hamare paas papers hain, which I brought a set here, which people can look at, and whoever wants them, We'll see how many copies we have. If we don't have them, we will also send them. We also have brought some books, which is really just, again, an introduction to the type of material being. One of them is this, and I think that in Karachi you should try and get, somebody should try and get this. It's a debate on the subordination of women, various articles, etc. But text like this is a नहीं, but the bookshops will get it. Meaning we मंगवा सकते हैं any किताब bookshop. It's edited by Mary Evans, but it's a collection of various articles.
Who's the publisher?
Fontana. You people can get it. Huh? Import it. I mean through the. The other important text in this is, of course, this Engels' Origin of Family, Private Property in the State, which is brought out in Pakistan by People's Publishing House, which will be available everywhere, and it costs 10 rupees or 8 rupees or 10 rupees. So, you know, Moscow publication. But this is not the version. This is a slick Pathfinder version of it. But you get it all over Pakistan. And it will probably be in Urdu too. Urdu mein hai.
In this context of building libraries, reading material, etc., it might not be a bad idea also if consciously one decided that one needs a few people to work on these. And if over the next few years, some of you can decide to go to those long courses, a year-long, 18-month-long course, which take place either at IDS, Sussex, or the Institute of Social Studies, Hague, where some interesting people are teaching these courses. And then you will also have a resource not only in terms of books and material, but also some people who would spend a year or two and then who will come and do this work here, even if they don't do fresh theoretical work, but at least the work of study circles, of reaching out to others, of going to these universities where you are doing the WAFs and all that.
One of our colleagues has gone.
Who? Huh. But then, I mean, the people, that they are public property then, with that view.
Meaning one has to use those people. I mean, Zeenat's point is, well, before that, Zeenat, somebody else from Karachi went and she just disappeared. I mean, I don't think she's come back. But the point is for us to catch Zeenat.
Sabra, you're talking about Sabra.
Haan, kahan hai wo?
Sabra hasn't returned.
She hasn't returned.
She came recently. She came back and she has been there. No plans to come back.
नहीं आ रही.
Studying.
नहीं, वो खत्म हो गया.
She is just staying there.
But anyway,
Sabra. अभी तक उसने एक भी पेपर पूरा नहीं किया. And in fact, I know what she is doing.
तो तुम जाओ ना आप पे पढ़े आओ.
अक्षां को भेजें.
और कह के भेजें.
हाँ, और फिर तुमने डॉन में नहीं आना. तुम्हारा काम ये होगा कि तुमने ये सबको सिखाना.
First an Aksha on a 4-month, then she sent her 18 months, and then she gets her back.
No, we send Raksha on the 15 months and she comes back and then this is her work. We get her out of dawn. And we'll pay her fees.
I want to go to Khushi's work.
You come to Khushi's work and you also go for 15 months if you want.
Khushi ko kal chali jayegi, then we'll work on that.
Now the influence is very strong. So once you are gone, then we can.
आप लोगों के थैले में ये एक है article, the women's question. You don't have to take it out. I'm just giving you the reference. This is on Engels and a critique of it from the Sri Lankan experience. But I mean, I'm just saying that even initially there is an article on this. That makes two. Nusrat ने भी किया है. क्या हुआ? नुसरत का तुम नाम सुन के हंसती हो।
जैसे मैं चाइना में कालमा के चाइना में बड़े उससे गई थी नहीं उसने जैसे लोग खाते हैं।
अच्छा, ये जो एंगल्स की किताब है, दिट्स as I said the other day, a classic work, but for the last 20 years, since the 60s, there's been a tremendous resurgence. Actually, the book is interesting because even its first publication, there were 5,000 copies printed, and it's been, I think it's gone into probably every conceivable language, and Engels is, but even the first printing was 5,000, and by the third or fourth year, it had gone into the fourth printing. So, meaning it's always been a book in very great demand, but since the 60s, the demand on it has been absolutely immense, and linked to the new stage in the women's movement. Well, the women's movement in the 60s was tied to two things. At one level, it was women who had now been in professions and in the factories, etc., after the Second World War. They came in at that time in great growth, and they had therefore been working 15, 20 years, etc. So they are now coming out and feeling this and getting organized. That's more the American feminist movement. At the same time, the women in the left, in the very active 50s, are getting very disappointed with how women are, the experiences of women within the left. Very similar to Anisha's in the sense that Anisha's mind, of us at the individual level. Okay, they go along with you, you're part of them, and then you realize that actually there's no scope, they're not facing up to the issue, they're not addressing the issue. So there was a disappointment as far as the women in the left is concerned, and theoretically a disappointment in terms of Marxism. This is also a time, a third element, is by this time you've had about 50 years almost of Soviet communism, 20-some years of socialism, Chinese socialism, and you have socialist states. So after 20, 30, 40 years, you're also being able to look at them. So this sort of combination has a lot to do with the women's movement, but there are other elements, I think, Vietnam War and whatever also helped in this. So since the 60s, this book has really become a starting point. I'm not talking about it in terms of saying how wonderful the book is necessarily, although it is, but more that it became a starting point of the new feminist debates. So this was a book that you read to critique or to find your answers in, or it became somehow, even if you were to raise questions, because this is the book that talks about patriarchy, this is the book that is introducing these concepts. So you go to it as a source even to critique it. And basically, women were, as I said, dissatisfied with all of this, and essentially the women's movement of the 60s was not feeling that just bringing women into the workforce the problem will be solved, or through the left, or through socialism the problem will be solved. So there was an agitation to look for the origins of women's oppression. And so, as I said, they started with this. The study is based on the work of an anthropologist called Louis H. Morgan. This is why we had that song in Murray. क्या है? Anyway, पीछे है मॉर्गन की theory, आगे है एंगल्स की चोरी. And the Marxists in Murray were actually upset with the song, although the joke के आगे है एंगल्स की चोरी, and they said जी देखो एंगल्स को कह दिया कि, और बहुत उनको समझाया भाई किताबें ऐसी लिखी जाती हैं कि somebody, you read something and then you're writing in reply or you're responding or adding to. This is how how ideas grow. And they said nahi ye chori kya. They wanted to deny that Morgan had anything to do with this. बहरहाल उसकी एक किताब थी, he was an American anthropologist, and in 1877 he published a book called Ancient Society. He's a very major anthropologist, and so this book was 1877.
The name of the book?
Ancient Society. It sort of brought to them dimensions that they felt had been lacking in their own theory. So, so anyway, Engels' book, as I said, is extremely important, and essentially it's a book that analyzes the transition from primitive to class society. Morgan's theory, anthropologically, was also looking at the same sweep of history. So anyway, what Morgan did was, he was looking at history this way, and sort of unwittingly, this is not what he was basically focusing on, but unwittingly he spotlighted the fact that the key institutions of civilized society, that is the family, private property and the state, had not always been there. So they became, that's why the book, Engels' book title comes from Morgan's theory, where looking at the sweep of history, he found that the family, private property and the state had not always. So in this, Morgan's data really confirmed the Marxist principle. As I said, Marx had already in fact finished his work. And it confirmed Marxist principles that social institutions are not unchanging. Basic Marxist position is that institutions have a material base, institutions have a rationale within a certain system. They are not preordained, or they don't sort of just drop out of the blue, or there's nothing natural about them. They are made, and they're made to suit a certain purpose. And because they're made, they're not eternal. They can therefore be changed. And this is essentially what Morgan's whole book was saying. Although Morgan himself is not necessarily, Morgan's is a pure sort of historical, anthropological work. Now, what Engels did do, and I mention this only because this is a problem within the Marxist thing, is that Engels was exploring these points, but he was certainly not saying that this should be dogma. In fact, he said, his concluding sentences in the book are, I hope this tentative exploration will, move the debate in this direction and move work in this direction. But from both sides, from both the right anthropologists, etc., and from the left, it was taken as given. The right merely attacked it and dismissed it and got into another type of anthropology and said that it was all wrong. And Marxists, Lenin used it. Lenin said it's the most monumental piece of work. But this book is still within dogmatic Marxist circles the only position on women. Meaning it has not changed at all. So from both sides it was just sort of, which was not Engels' intention, and certainly, one can't hold him responsible because he didn't say it should be like this. So what Morgan does is that he sees that there are three main epochs of human history. And history has been through three main stages. And these stages are savagery, one, savagery, B, secondly, barbarism, and three, civilization. And here I'd like to add that when Morgan said this, he didn't mean the words in any derogatory sense. They were words that were simply used. In fact, he is arguing that the best stage is the savage stage. I mean, because he's calling it primitive communism. And meaning if there's a value coming in for him anywhere, he's saying savagery is the best part of history. But so these are not words that he wasn't putting a value on the words, but the words were being used. They were common words, so he uses them in his book. But I mean, if you get to the book, don't be horrified that these are the words being used and there's no value attached to them. His main thing in looking at this, when he looks at the sweep, and I'll just tell you in each stage what happens, main thing that he found was that the father family, meaning the father-dominated family, was preceded by maternal gens or clans. And not only that the family is changing, but the family is a very new phenomena in history.
Preceded by maternal?
Clans or gens. It's gens, they're sort of group formations. Or clans or something, by maternal clans. So this is a very new thing that the father should control the family. Anyway, in the three stages of history, in the first, savagery, the economy was founded upon food gathering and hunting. These are concurrent. They go from gathering into gathering and hunting. But this type of when we're talking about this is not a static stage. It's a very long epoch, etc. And this stage ends, or towards the end of it, simple garden culture has made an appearance. And in fact, that's that introduction of garden culture that moves it into the next stage. So for the many years, you're talking about gathering, combination gathering, hunting, moving into obviously some sort of settlement, because now you're going into garden culture. And that's when the shift is. That means there's some point, even if it's for a month that you're doing that garden culture, at least for that month you're settling. So that physical settlement moves you into the next stage.
You mean it is a kind of
Sorry?
They go enough to eat meat or this type.
This is subsistence thing, that you're either gathering, your berries or whatever, or maybe going out and killing one thing and eating that. I don't know what the extent of it is. Probably just a patch of ground. It means that the hoe has started. It's been invented. So once you get into the hoe, you've gone into a different system. You're not just picking berries. And the next stage, which is barbarism, is with the introduction of agriculture and stock raising. Now you've gone into the next stage. From your garden culture and your picking berries, you started agriculture. You started actually growing, planting something, not just gathering something. And instead of just going out and shooting or killing whatever, you started raising those animals to kill them. To feed yourself. But there's a different relationship. You're breeding and you're producing. Before that you weren't producing, you were going out and killing, or you were going out and gathering. So this introduction from garden culture, you move into agriculture, and the introduction of agriculture is when you move into the next epoch, which is barbarism. And for the first time, because of the introduction of agriculture and the fact that you're raising stock, you're producing a surplus. Before, when you picked your berries for the day and you ate them and that was it. Or you went and killed one thing and you came and had a feast. The clan had a feast and that was it. But now when you're getting into this stock raising, etc., you're actually going into the stage of creating that surplus. Because once you've got into agriculture, you don't have to produce just for your day or your month or your year. However, this is still a stage where the surplus food is for the larger population, meaning it's the shared economy still. You're not producing that, still communities, and so you're producing for everybody, but you haven't yet gone into you have greater productivity certainly, you have a higher level of operating of production, but it's the relationship to that is still very similar. Civilization starts with the introduction of metallurgy, the crucial metals, discovery of metals, and with metals, trade. So civilization starts with these two elements. Now there is an uncertainty in terms of the exact time scales of this, but I just want to give you an idea of time. Savagery was with the emergence of the first human, or first humanids, and savagery lasted for about 1 million years. So, when you look at it in terms of time, barbarism was about 8,000 years ago. So you had savagery for almost 1 million years, and then you went into barbarism, which actually lasted about 6,000 years, about 8,000 years ago. And the first civilization is the first sort of urban populations of from Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, China, going into then later the Greek and Roman city-states, etc. So that's why, in fact, one is always pointing that, we are actually sitting on the wealth of the material that would be clarifying these, if any texts or any archaeological finds or whatever are available, they're available here, and somehow we haven't yet started. I mean, it's being exploited still by somebody coming in. Even the anthropology being done here, being done by other people. So this is, the Greek and Roman city-states is about 3,000 years ago, and this is the beginnings of Western civilization. So this thing that we take for granted today, that the West rules and it defines and it controls the world, is in terms of the human race a very recent phenomenon. It's 3,000 years old. And even our own cultures are much older than that.
You say if you divide time,
civilization is 1% of the total amount of time. I mean, literally 1%.
Then most of our time we are not.
Yes. So it's in time it has been nothing. Civilization is only literally, I think it's even in the book, 1% of time. Now, primitive society or savage society is the exact opposite of civilized society. That means epoch number 1 and epoch number 3 are there's a complete difference. And it's different in very fundamental ways. To begin with, civilized society is founded on private ownership of property. In civilized societies, when it's established, it's there, private ownership. There are class divisions. It's in this stage that you have the rich and the poor, etc., or owners and workers. And it is in this stage that you have the state. Previously, the state system, there's no state before this. So all of these things are within the last 8,000 years. Now, so this is a epoch that is sort of characterized by inequalities of all kinds, economic, social, and sexual. It's not just class divided, but this is the epoch where you have male supremacy. Savage society, on the other hand, the first epoch, was based on the collective ownership, and ownership is used here not as anything because there was no ownership. It's collective use of the means of production, which was just land, and berries. Nobody owned the berries, anyone could go and pick them. It had cooperative social relations and a complete equality in all spheres of life, including sexual equality. There was no private property, there was no state, and the patriarchal family was absolutely non-existent. The people moved in tribal groups, but the tribal society was entirely self-governing. It had elected chiefs, but the chiefs were more than, and representation as far as women was concerned was at least 50, but in some, the Red Indian tribes, etc., one has found that women were even in the majority. So obviously nobody was making these distinctions at that time. There was no compulsory family institution with a father in command. There was liberty, equality, all of that, because, and in fact, I think Morgan puts it like that, it was the sisterhood of women and the brotherhood of men. Meaning that it was, nothing like this existed. And he called this primitive communism. Morgan himself called it primitive communism. The most striking feature of this period was the influence and the position of women and the matriarchal commune. When they say primitive communism, it was a commune which was matriarchal. But matriarchal without that power relationship. It was only that it revolved around women, but not matriarch as a power force. Just that there was somebody who was central, but not in control, not in command of the situation. This obviously meant that if there's such a major change between 1 and 3, there must have been very drastic thing in between. There had to be a sort of a drastic social change between the two periods, and that is that it had to happen in barbarism. And in fact, major social and sexual changes took place in this period. And again, in terms of time, when we talk about it, we're talking about only 8,000 years ago that this is happening, which is not such a major, in terms of, the span of it, such a major, long time ago type of thing. Especially given the fact that when we talk about our own civilization, we say we're 5,000 years, and we are so used to thousands. This sounds, to an American who's white American who's 200 years old, they probably think that it's, 8,000 years or something enormous eternity. But for us, when we physically can date our own cities 5,000 years, it's really not a major amount of time. And if we found those things, places of 5,000, we can even find them away. It's not, it's not such a shift. And it's also conceivable to us, that time span. So this major shift was obviously from the structure of society became transformed from what this primitive communism was to today, or to civilized period, which is an oppressive class system. And we look at some of the important things that happened. The introduction of private property was one of them. And with it, women fell from their previous position, their equal position, to a degraded one. Now this transformation also did not take place overnight. It took it took 5,000 years from the introduction of agriculture and stock raising to the introduction of metals. So we're still, it took 5,000 years for all these drastic, when we say drastic, it wasn't as if overnight this thing happened. In the first agricultural stage of barbarism, the tribal system, which had sort of started breaking down towards the end of savagery anyway, but it broke down completely, the sort of totally nomadic system, into village communities and farm families. By farm families, this meant that the whole village, or whoever farmed, was a farm family together. It had nothing to do with your relationship, blood relationship. Meaning if we were doing it together, we would be the farm family. Meaning only that we would be farming the plot of land together. But we then started having a relationship among ourselves as a unit. In this period, in the first stage, women still held an influential position and communal relations still remained. Well, I mean, they still existed. In fact, this is the time, in the first stage of barbarism is the time when women are at their absolute apex. This is the time of the earth goddess and goddess of fertility, and the gods became women.
Became women,
Meaning the gods were women. No, because see, previously gods were both sexes, and many gods. You had a god of this and a god of that, and goddess of this and goddess of that. But there were male, female. Now this is when you have a woman, a goddess on top of the hierarchy of gods. Not the hierarchy, but you have some superior.
Not superior.
But that was the goddess. And this is the time actually of when the goddess of fertility and the earth goddesses, etc., is the time when matriarchy came into being. It was where even some power relations came into the matriarchal system. Before there wasn't, I called it matriarchy even earlier, but it's just a woman locating the group. But now she had a position of influence in it. So there is a matriarchal tendency, a power tendency. Barbarism में, in the first stage of barbarism, जैसे agriculture आता है, जैसे आपके मतलब छोटे मोटे गांव बनते हैं, that's the stage when.
This was a very short period.
The whole of barbarism is 5,000 years. Now this could have taken 2,000 or 1,000, meaning I'm not too sure exactly, but we're still thinking of a span of time. The downfall of women, now from the first stage you go into the next, came through the rise of private property. Private property already starts in barbarism. And the unleashing of social forces, other social forces, that kept gaining, and these are ones that then move into the period of civilization. So what Engels basically says is that if he saw that private property, introduction of private property in barbarism, and the downfall of women in barbarism from their position into in a different position which goes into civilized society, he links the two together and says that private property was the source or the reason for the downfall of women.
Private property came in because man was settling in one place, then private property came.
I mean, there's a lot of detail of how it happened. For instance, some groups came, somebody assumed certain power, somebody started taking the surplus didn't get divided, then somebody became richer, therefore had the surplus to invest. Meaning it's a very long process. But the rise of private property, but private property basically came in that if you have so many clans who are now static and going into agriculture, then you're producing a surplus. So your farm gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And you don't want somebody else coming into the place where you have sown. So where you have sown, you don't want someone coming in, and then you say that, okay, now this is mine. This is my property. So he's saying that settlement and agriculture, the introduction of agriculture, and producing a surplus with stock raising, etc., is what created private property. So it almost became that, if I'm bigger than you and I want more land, I can come in. This sort of tension also started. So in civilization,
woman was the center on which the family revolved.
not family,
Family.
just a loose group formation.
But she was not the power. Could you explain this?
You see, this is a time when people are simply moving around. आज हमने berries इस तरफ से ली, ये berries खत्म हो गई, so we wander off. So you go, whoever's around, you go together. So the woman, when they say that you locate her only as a center, it was that you see, women are, that's one thing they have always control, their own reproduction. And women have always known that they bear children, but men have not always known that they impregnate. In savagery, parts of savagery, men were not conscious of the fact that, in fact, it is that consciousness and the introduction of private property is when they want to establish that the children are theirs. Right. Inheritance, but also men come very late in the stage do they realize that they have anything to do with these children that are, being born. But a woman has always been conscious, like an animal. Any animal, a female animal, is always conscious that she knows. But the male animal has no idea that this act of mine has to do with these puppies. It's not a link, and men have not always had that link. It was new knowledge. And it was that knowledge. Yes. So sometimes knowledge is a very dangerous thing.
Ignorance is bliss.
No, ignorance.
And the man did not know about this thing. He didn't know that he upheld the women.
She wants to know what did you mean by power?
No, not the power, the revolving part.
The revolving part.
Nothing revolving, just a figure
No,
of
what do
speech.
you mean by center?
Because a woman bred, in any case she was given that superior status because, somehow she was creating this new all by herself. So the children are connected to her. So she said, they say that
she looked after them, father them, she was there. Agriculture, she had a
man was not conscious that he was part of it.
Even after he became conscious, even when after he became conscious, I think there was this group of women. There was not just one woman matriarch. There was a group of women, and they looked after each other's children after they were born, and they were the ones who stayed there, who did agriculture, who the village revolved around them. And the men were hunting or coming back or going, but they came to this unit where the women were important. And at this stage of barbarism, women were not just the center, but they were also important. Because what is most important at that stage, what most important is our race going on? Are we going to live on? And that very important things, there are 2 or 3 things which are very important. Are we having children? Is agriculture going on? And also, are the animals which we have, which feed us, are they being kept? And somehow, agriculture and women were linked, agriculture and children were linked. And I think to some extent, agriculture and, women and animals, they were also looking after them. So they were really procreating and having a relationship with nature which was much more permanent. It was not just कि आज किसी को शिकार नहीं किया तो खत्म हो जाए. So then at this stage women were more important, and at this stage also there was
and procreating both.
yeah, and at this stage this whole cult of goddesses, which still continues. I mean, in primitive societies today, in tribal societies today, the power is basically with female goddesses. Because the power of procreation is still important there, because that's still the basic thing about human beings, to procreate, to look after.
So anyway, Engels says that in what he saw as in civilization, I mentioned this even earlier, he saw that the private property system, he saw the downfall of women, and he saw, and he says it very specifically, patriarchy, which is, as Kamla explained, the domination of the father, the patriarch. Engels links these three together and says that, I mean, this is the Marxist position basically on how private property is established and how capital is established, which is surplus value. And he links surplus value to what he calls, and this is a direct quotation, the historical downfall of women. Property is directly responsible for the downfall of women. Therefore, the resolution for him, and if Marxists take this position, and they do, on this is very clear: you have to abolish private property.
That might change back to matriarchal society also.
Huh? That's what you want, huh?
Just asking.
No, but meaning that if this is the analysis, then it's very clear, the resolution. If private property calls, private property, and actually I'm not going into too many details of this, I do suggest that people get and read Engels on it, or he'll trace, like some of the questions that Usman was asking, exactly how property came about, exactly. I mean, there are a lot of details on this issue, and in fact now there's a lot of work on how this happened and various debates of how it happened. But this has to do, one thing everyone is very clear about, even the right-wing anthropologists, that private property has not always existed. Always existed. Everyone is very clear on that issue. So everyone has different theories, though, of how it came about. But therefore they say that it's not natural. It's not something that you have somehow, it's in your genes or something to do with you that you have to have ownership, because ownership has not always existed of people or things, and therefore not always of women. So there was society and human beings functioned without it. So anyway, Engels will, since he links the three together and links particularly private property and women, for him the liberation of women will only come about when you have eliminated private property. So for him the thing to do is for women to be brought into, and how will private property go? They've already given you, they've already written Capital. Private property will go with the proletariat, bringing about the revolution by abolishing capitalism. Therefore, women should come into industrial work, become workers, and as workers be a part of the proletariat that brings about revolution. So the resolution is that the working class was one and the women's movement is linked, but women will come in under capitalism and they will bring about this not as women but as working class, meaning not as autonomous movements or as women anyway, but as women within the working class.
But like previously it has happened that when we talk about the class struggle, when people have worked towards the class struggle, the feminist issue has always been left behind, because somehow the class struggle becomes, it touches more people,
Sorry?
I mean, we will be getting to that. I mean, we will get to that.
Yeah.
That's the critique of this. That there's a whole range of problems with it. But before we get into the critique, there are two other parts of his book which are important. Because he devotes a considerable portion of the book to the state. And so I'll just, briefly talk about that. And
before you proceed, why does he use these three terms to define describe those various phases of history, especially when he, in a way, considers civilization to be the worst period, considering that there was private property?
But those words were not bad words.
It's partly that, these words are Morgan's words. And even Morgan does not use them in any derogatory sense. It's just that when you're an academic, which is what Morgan was and whatever, that there's certain words being used, like we are continuing to use these words.
It's like the word Gamar. Now, or what Pendu? What does it mean? The person who is from the village. Now, this is a description of the person who is from the village. But then it has these connotations. Gamar matlab जिसको शऊर नहीं है, जो बेवकूफ है, जिसको कुछ भी नहीं पता. Pendu. Now, these were just terms used to describe. Now, the term bastard, or any term which then gets connotations, I think they develop these connotations maybe much later. You are like a savage.
You're barbaric.
Like, I hear people use, like, my nieces and nephews, they're bloody spastic. You're a moron. You're a moron. That is a term to describe a certain mental disorder. And then when you want to get at somebody, you say, you spastic. I never noticed this till my child became a spastic. And I said, God, the term is used like this. Or there's another term, idiot. Now, these were just descriptions of a certain kind of mental disorder, who's an idiot. But then the term completely loses its meaning and is used. And similarly, these terms were used for barbarism, savagery. And then they were used in this looser fashion to become derogatory terms.
It was civilization that decided that barbaric was something wrong. It's like the word anarchism, which always upsets me because a lot of people will use a very, and not only people, it's even in the Oxford Dictionary. The meaning of anarchism will be bomb throwing, whatever. And it's given in the Oxford Dictionary that way, which is the common meaning. Anarchism, for only about 5 years of its existence, had a certain tendency in it that went around throwing bombs. But anarchism is a whole political theory which is extremely sound and whatever, and that whole thing is, when you want to dismiss something or you want to, anything messy, you say is anarchy. With the result that those who are actual anarchists, especially when we get into this feminists who are anarchists, really, and the feminist movement is anarchic in its structures, because it won't go for one political party and one type of institution, whatever. It is anarchic. But we'll never use the word. And yet the philosophy of anarchism does describe what is being done. So there are, words that get a connotation. But at that time, it really didn't, they were not using it in any sort of derogatory sense. Engels devotes a considerable portion, as I said, to the state and to the family. The book, as I said, is The Origins of Private Property, the Family and the State, and I'll just spend a little time on these two. And in fact, some of these questions will be explained a little when he talks about, especially the family. In primitive sort of self-governing communes, in other words, in savagery, the sort of women and men assembled together periodically in sort of collective councils, and they made decisions vis-a-vis as far as the community was concerned. about sort of internal affairs, etc. And as I mentioned earlier, they used to also have a sort of tribal system, but again, tribal not the way we understand it. It was sometimes not even related to each other, it was just a group. And they would elect a chief. But this chief really had no powers. The chief was an implementing body. And literally the implementation was that the decision is that we think we should go and talk to the next clan and about something or the other, or whatever. This guy would be the guy they would send off. It wasn't that he had any power as a chief or as a center of this. The councils were democratic. Women were extremely visible and vocal. And in Red Indian society, even present-day work, recent work that has been done, they outnumbered men. As child bearers, they had a different, they were asked more to be involved in decision making because they were the future. The decisions had to do with the future, and they had to do with the future. So it was almost a reverse sort of thing of giving them more importance. So they were very visible, and as I said earlier, there was no private ownership of property. The rise of the state was the advance made, or the movement, in the period of barbarism, and it started with a primitive division of labor between the sexes. Once you got into agriculture and you started settling, partly because women were bearing children, partly because they were more involved in agriculture, there was a division of labor that men went for the hunting or whatever. The division has started, and which in the stage of barbarism, the first stage from agriculture, as you move more and more into barbarism, this gets accentuated. And from this primitive division of labor between the sexes, you go to newer and more productive social divisions of labor. Kamla explained earlier what social division of labor is really just who does what. That's the time, as I said earlier, that economic surplus has started. And initially that this was used for the public good. And when I say for the public good, it was used for things like dams. You have agriculture, you have to store water, you have to whatever. So it was used to build that dam. It was not used, used for the community. The community produced the surplus, and it was used for the community. And the decision was made by this council. A council meaning, again, the community would get together and make the decision that we'll spend this, we'll build the dam. Gradually, some individuals came to control surplus value. Some people asserted themselves, as we said earlier, because of agriculture. They started saying this is our land.
Some clans or individuals.
Some clans, or some groups more, who said this is the piece of the farm that I am farming, and therefore it's mine. When it started, therefore it's mine, the surplus produced on it is therefore also mine. And they said we're not giving it therefore for this dam, or whatever the decision was. With that, since they weren't giving it for the dam, they increased the amount of land they were farming, or something else that they would do for themselves. And this is the beginnings of class society. It is from this basis that we get to, of course, feudalism, where you have the landed estates and all of this. But this is the beginnings of the ownership of land. And of course, when you get to the landed estates, you can't farm it yourself, so you get into employing people, and tenant farming starts and all of that. And with this, there are new branches, the new branches of labor, meaning the new things to do. Once you brought women into the family, the new areas of work are taken over only by men. Women are not operating there anymore because you brought them in. So then, as it's advancing and there are new types of work and whatever coming in, it's the men taking control of that, men doing that work. And women, the first classic division of labor, women are relegated to looking after the home and the children. Well, it was a loose system in terms of men and women, but women did tend to flock together, meaning that there was a...
living together.
No, men were also in that. It's not that men were living alag and women were living alag. Men were also part of it. But say there are 6 or 8 of us women in this society, and us and our children will tend to group together. But the men are coming, and there may be some who are static and some may be going off, but we're sort of jointly looking after the kids, but it's also not very clear of which children or which men or who or whatever.
Initially
they were. Initially it was all.
मेरे दिन ये था इसलिए और ये रिक्वेस्ट करना दूसरा ये था कि अगर हम जानवरों में भी देखते हैं तो शादी और कहीं पर जो मेटिंग होती है उसके बाद एक फीमेल और एक मेल होता है, तो जब कोई और मेल आने की कोशिश करता है तो मेल who's already with that female is always protected. उसका लड़ रहा होता है कि तुम मेरे पास नहीं आओ, ये मेरी ये जानवरों की मैं बात कर। और फिर उस आदमी में आपस में लड़ाई होती है, जो जीत जाता फिर वो उस फीमेल के पास है। दिस इज नियरली इन ऑल द एनिमल्स। सो दिस इज इन द एनिमल्स। उस स्टेज पे भी आप आदमी को जितना जो स्टोन एज में भी आप चले जाए तो वहां पे भी एक आदमी और एक बीवी का कोई रिलेशनशिप, कोई ताल्लुक हो है, उसमें अगर कोई तीसरा आता है तो उसमें कोई मतलब बहस होते हैं वो कि ठीक है भी, मतलब कोई तो बहस होगी।
शुरू में तो ये कहते हैं, शुरू में तो ये कहा जाता था कि ये पता ही नहीं था जब कि कौन किसका बच्चा है, जब यही नहीं पता था कि आदमियों का बच्चे की पहले की स्टेज क्या होगी यार, वो तो इमीडिएटली मतलब कुछ जल्दी हो गया होगा ना बच्चा, तो मतलब as soon as human beings were born, children would have been born। तो शुरू में बच्चे पैदा हो रहे थे, जैसा कहा कि पता नहीं था कि बच्चे क्यों पैदा होते हैं। फिर उससे समझ में आया इम्प्रेग्नेशन का प्रिंसिपल, एग्रीकल्चर का प्रिंसिपल समझ में आया, इम्प्रेग्नेशन का प्रिंसिपल समझ में आया कि मर्द और औरत के इस तरह के रिश्ते के बाद बच्चा पैदा होता है, यानी मर्द का बीज जब तक औरत में नहीं पड़ता जब तक औरत को बच्चा नहीं होता। ये काफी अरसे बाद इंसान को समझ में आया। एक मिनट, जस्ट लेट मी कंटिन्यू माय दिस थिंग। तो जब वो आ गया तो कलेक्टिव लोग रहते थे, ये पक्का नहीं था कि कौन किसके साथ सो रहा है कौन किसके साथ नहीं सो रहा है। उसके बाद जरूर कपल्स बने, लेकिन कपल्स बनने का फिर ये मतलब नहीं था कि ये इसका बच्चा, कपल्स बने ये मालूम है कि ये इसका बच्चा होगा, लेकिन बच्चे इकट्ठे पल रहे थे। और कपल्स भी वो इतने स्ट्रिक्ट कपल्स नहीं थे, पता नहीं था, क्योंकि ये कॉन्सेप्ट ही नया है। अब हम लोगों के लिए उस तरह के समाज के बारे में सोचना ही बड़ा मुश्किल है। जैसे आज भी मेरे लिए बड़ा मुश्किल है सोचना कि भाई कैसे एक मर्द की 4 बीवियां हो सकती हैं और वो बीवियां आपस में प्यार से रह सकती हैं, क्योंकि मेरे लिए नामुमकिन है। इसी तरह अफ्रीका में जैसे लोग रहते हैं तो वहां भी ये कॉन्सेप्ट ही नहीं था। और ये भी कहा जाता है कि एक बार औरत ने बच्चा दे दिया, जवान औरत ने, तो उसका बच्चे को दूध भी दूसरी औरतें पिला दिया करती थी। देयर वाज नथिंग कि मैं माँ हूं तो मैंने ही दूध पिलाना है, मैंने पिला दिया। जो माँ अभी आजकल जिसके दूध आ रहा है वो और बच्चों को भी पिला देगी इफ द अदर वुमन इज गोइंग अराउंड। धीरे धीरे जब बात हुई, कपल्स की बात हुई, तो ये कपल्स है लेकिन कुछ वक्त के लिए। जैसे तुमने जानवरों की बात की, तो ये तो जरूरी नहीं है कि उस कुतिया का जो बच्चा अगला होगा वो उसी कुत्ते से होगा। नेक्स्ट टाइम देयर मे बी समबडी एल्स। सो सिमिलरली देयर वर अदर मेन देन, एंड ये नोशन ही नहीं था कि इसका बाप कौन है और इसका बाप कौन नहीं है। फिर धीरे धीरे जब प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी की बात आई, तो प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी की बात आई तो जैसे बनी ने कहा कि साहब आपके पास इतनी जमीन हो गई तो आपने उसको कंट्रोल करना है। कंट्रोल करना है तो आपने स्लेव्स रखे, आप गए कहीं पर जाके वहां के मर्द और औरतों को पकड़ लाए कि तुम मेरी जमीन पर काम करोगे। सो दे स्टार्टेड वर्किंग ऑन योर लैंड। अब आपने उनको भी रोकना है कि इनको कोई दूसरा ना ले जाए, तो फिर आपने छोटी मोटी एक अपनी आर्मी सी बना ली, उसको रोकने लगे, ये करा वो करा। और फिर जब ये हुआ कि ये मेरी प्रॉपर्टी है और ये अगर मेरी प्रॉपर्टी है तो ये फिर वो मेरा आ गया, तो ये मेरे बच्चों के पास जानी चाहिए। और अब तक तो मुझे पता ही नहीं है कि मेरा बच्चा कौन सा है, क्योंकि कोई भी आके बीच डाल जाता है तो पता ही नहीं रहता है मेरा बच्चा कौन सा है। तो जब प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी आई तो ये जरूरी हो गया कि औरत किसका बीज लेती है वो भी पता रहे। तो औरत भी प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी के साथ साथ प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी बन गई। मैं किसी और मर्द को इस औरत के पास नहीं आने दूंगा। इसको मैं अब पता लगना है कि पैटर्निटी किसकी है, इसका बाप कौन है। तो उसके साथ जब जरूरत हो कि हु इज द फादर, पैटर्निटी डिटर्मिन करने की जरूरत की वजह से औरत के ऊपर फिर वो बंदिशें आई और ये पता लगना जरूरी हो गया। और फिर ये जितने कायदे और कानून बने कि ये उसके साथ नहीं है, ये उसके साथ नहीं, ये उसके साथ नहीं, वो प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी के साथ रिलेटेड था। सो शी बिकेम पार्ट ऑफ द मैन्स प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी। शी वाज गोइंग टू bear only his children, so that he knows that these are my children and the private property will go to them.
I think what Pushkara was, what I think she was just trying to say that even at that time there must have been natural attachments, or maybe two, stages
There might have been
for any
couples.
length of time, and another one didn't come in, and the main
They had a muda.
one man and one woman, that attachment
Of course.
would have been there. It didn't
Yes,
stay together.
but
There was no compulsion.
जो आपने बात बताई,
बाकी इसको अच्छी
इससे मुझे ये एक नई में बात आई है कि आदमी इस कदर जरिए किसी चीज हो जाती है। I'm just thinking it is only the money which makes उसको औरत का ख्याल रखना या उसको अपना बनाने के लिए सिर्फ पैसा ही है जो कि इसके साथ मेरा ताल्लुक है, वरना पैसा अगर नहीं है तो मेरा इसके साथ कोई ताल्लुक है ही नहीं। दिस इज द इम्प्लिकेशन।
तो मार्क्स का कहना यही है।
इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि हम पहले चले जाएं जब प्रॉपर्टी नहीं थी तो उस वक्त मर्द को औरत से कोई प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी को जड़ बनाया है। तो मतलब ये हुआ कि उस वक्त मर्द और औरत के अंदर कोई मोहब्बत का कोई रिश्ता हो ही नहीं सकता।
क्यों नहीं?
Implication you are giving. It's a private property which is making the man her property, but it is not something else which is making her property. He has to look after.
अच्छा,
नहीं उसके पहले मतलब ख्याल तो वो रखते ही नहीं था। ख्याल एक दूसरे का दोनों रखते थे, एवरीबॉडी, मतलब एक दोनों भी नहीं है।
हाँ ख्याल, लेकिन डंडे वाला ख्याल नहीं था। डंडे का ख्याल नहीं था।
The community looked after each other.
There was no control. Now the control element came in. प्यार का एलिमेंट इसके साथ नहीं आया प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी के साथ। प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी के साथ आया कंट्रोल का एलिमेंट। शायद पहले प्यार बेहतर रहा होगा। अब आप में हम में यहाँ पर एक प्यार
जैसे वो jealous possessiveness का
that is प्यार।
But
ऐसा नहीं है कि इंसान जितना ह्यूमन है हमेशा से इतना ही ह्यूमन था। यानी आदमी की डेवलपमेंट की जिसकी बात बनी ने पहले भी की थी कि ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, ये जितना अर्सा है 2 मिलियन साल का, उसमें खुद इंसान की इंसानियत भी डेवलप होती जा रही है और इंसान की इंसानियत डेवलप हो रही है। पहले ऐसे वो साथ रहते थे तो इस वजह से साथ रहते थे या कम्युनिटी में रहते थे या होता था क्योंकि वो सर्वाइवल का मसला था। अगर वो ऐसा ना करते, एक दूसरे का ख्याल ना करते और एक दूसरे को मार डालते तो आगे वो जो जानवर थे जो आदमी को खा जाते वो आदमी को भी मार डालते। लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि वो जो कुछ था, अब अगर हम ये कहते हैं कि दोबारा से लोग इस तरह रह सकते हैं कि एक दूसरे से मोहब्बत करें, एक दूसरे से प्यार करें, अब ये वॉलंटरी नहीं होगा। पहले it was nature that was compelling them to be together, compelling them to care for each other. Now it can be voluntarily, and now man can very well see कि हम जो भी डेवलपमेंट है उसको शेयर करें।
बात ये कि जो हम ये डिस्कस कर रहे हैं ना, ये जो हमारी समाज में सोसाइटी है उसके मुख्तलिफ एवोल्यूशन। तो अब इंसान की सोच उस वक्त वो तो नहीं थी ना जो आज है। जो कंडीशन
इमोशंस होती हैं वो भी डिटरमिन करते हैं आपके बिहेवियर को। तो ये नहीं है कि मोहब्बत इसी अंदाज में रही होगी जैसे हम वो जरूर वो इमोशंस भी होंगे और लड़ाइयाँ भी हुई होंगी, लेकिन औरत को अपनी जाती मिल्कियत बनाने का तस्वर उसके दिल में उस वक्त पैदा हुआ जब उसने अपनी जाती मिल्कियत को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए ये जरूरी समझा कि उसके एक अपना खानदान है, बच्चे हैं, औरत है। तो जाती मिल्कियत का कॉन्सेप्ट उस वक्त आया, लेकिन ये इमोशंस पहले से रहे होंगे और उसका एक्सप्रेशन खुद पर इस तरीके से मैं पहले
Just showing my hand.
इसका जो पॉइंट है ना कि इंसानियत भी डेवलप हुई होगी तो उसकी वजह से भी मर्द ने सोचा होगा कि औरत मेरे पास रहे, मैं नहीं चाहता कि वो किसी और मर्द के पास जाए। So this means that the property, the private property, is not the only reason for the man to keep the wife to his house and to sort of to keep the woman अपने मेरे बच्चों का ख्याल। इसी इंसानियत का भी हो सकता है, इंसानियत का भी हो सकता है कि वो चाहे कि मैं I don't want to share my wife with anybody else। Can't this be इंसानियत का तकाजा rather than I mean it could be private property but it could be इंसानियत also।
What do you mean by इंसानियत?
एक तो ये जो इंसानियत की जो डेफिनेशन है, मैं तो ये समझती हूँ और मॉर्गन भी ये समझता था कि हैवानियत सैवेजरी के बाद से तो हैवानियत बढ़ी है। अब इंसानियत की मेरी क्या डेफिनेशन है कि मैं एक बीवी और एक घर के पास रहूं तो मैं इंसान हूँ, और जब मैं 500 लोगों के साथ रहती थी तब मैं इंसान नहीं थी। जब मैं डंडा मार के ही अपनी मिल्कियत को संवारने के लिए ही ये करती रहूं तो इंसानियत है। ये जो हमारी डेफिनेशंस हैं वो इतनी आज के वक्त से इतनी ज़्यादा इन्फ्लुएंस्ड हैं। और जो दूसरी बात मार्क्स ने कही है, और हम उन्हीं की थ्योरी की बात कर रहे हैं, वो साफ कही है कि जो हमारी फैमिली का नक्शा रहा है वो उस पर डिपेंड करता रहा कि हम प्रोड्यूस कैसे कर रहे हैं, प्रोडक्शन कैसे कर रहे हैं, कि हमारे प्रोडक्शन के तरीके ने हमारे सोशल रिलेशंस को डिटर्मिन किया है। और मैं अगर आज भी देखूं, मैं 5000 साल पहले तो मैं जा नहीं सकती, मैं तो पिछले 50 साल में देखती हूँ। जब हम सब खेती करते थे तो हमारे रहने का तरीका ये था कि हम दादा दादी और 8-10 उनके बेटे बेटियां और उनके बच्चे बच्चे एक घर में रहते थे, क्योंकि हम वहां बैठकर खेती कर रहे थे। धीरे धीरे फैक्ट्रियां बनी, अर्बनाइजेशन आया और सब किसी बच्चे को शहर में आना पड़ा, किसी को कुछ करना पड़ा। पिछले 50 साल में ही वो एक फैमिली का जो ढांचा था वो टूट के खत्म हो गया। इंसान ने इसलिए नहीं तोड़ा कि भाई मर्द और बीवी और बच्चे ये एक बेहतर ढांचा है, वो इसलिए तोड़ा कि प्रोडक्शन के जो रिलेशंस थे और प्रोडक्शन के जो तरीके थे वो बदल गए। हर जगह लार्ज फैमिलीज रहती थी। लार्ज फैमिलीज के पहले कुनबे थे, खानदान थे बड़े बड़े, कि ये कबीला था जी, पूरा की पूरा कबीले से एक खानदान आया, एक आदमी बीवी और उसके 8-10 बच्चे इकट्ठे रह रहे हैं। उसके बाद वो सत्यानाश होके उसका एक मर्द और एक बीवी, और इनके साथ साथ हमारे सारे रिश्ते बदलते चले गए। तो जो फर्क हम आज पिछले 50 साल में देखते हैं अपने दादा दादी नाना नानी की जिंदगी में, अपने माँ बाप की जिंदगी में और हमारी जिंदगी, 50 साल में जो हमें फर्क नजर आ रहा है और हमारी जहनियत में जो फर्क नजर आ रहा है, हमारी साइकोलॉजी में जो फर्क नजर आ रहा है। जेठ जेठानी के झगड़े नहीं हुआ करते पहले, अब वो प्रॉपर्टी की वजह से वो सब कुछ आ गया। पहले सबने मिलकर खेती करनी थी, पता ही नहीं था कि इसकी क्या इनकम है और उसकी क्या इनकम है। सब मिलकर खा पी रहे थे, सब मिलकर बांट रहे थे, बच्चे सबके थे। ये मेरी बड़ी माँ है, जेठानी वॉज बड़ी माँ, ये मेरी दादी है। वॉज दैट मोर इंसानियत, या ये कि आज के उसमें? तो मार्क्स जरूर ये मानता है कि जी हमारे प्रोडक्शन जिस तरीके से होता है उस पर हमारी फैमिली, हमारा एजुकेशन, हमारे सोचने का तरीका उस पर
worry about कि जहाँ एक वो in between we should write our questions and then have a discussion on it and spend time on these issues.
New areas of work outside the family were done by men and women were relegated to looking after the home.
So obviously when women are relegated to living, being at home and men are out, Engels says that this is the start of the patriarchal family. And the patriarchal family controlled women in the same way as the state was now controlling the people. So he links the emergence of the state and the emergence of patriarchy to each other. Okay, patriarchy for him was just another form, not just another form, but meaning it was like the state, that where you needed control, you needed an institution. And you needed that, not just an institution, you needed it with the ideology. So patriarchy came in to control women within the home. I mean, actually he says just women, but patriarchy also came in to control the property. Because patriarchy means, as Kamla explained earlier, the eldest, the male controls even the younger males. So property doesn't get divided. There's somebody making a decision on all those issues. A brother can fight a brother, but there's nothing he can do. The father says, this is it and I will control it. So there's another link. Thus, he argues that class exploitation and sexual oppression, and this is one of the reasons why I went into definitions, because of exploitation and oppression, because Marxists will always say class is exploited and women are oppressed. Class exploitation and sexual oppression of women were born together to serve the interests of private property system, and the state was used in all forms, and the state is used, as he says, in all forms of civilized society. Civilized society, incidentally, I said it started 3,000 years ago, but it has in itself many stages, from slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and Marxists would say socialism, communism. But so far we are in the third stage of civilization. But it starts with slavery, with the Greek city-state and the slave system there, and or Western civilization certainly starts there, and goes into feudalism and then into capitalism. The state is therefore a very late arrival in history, did not always exist, and according to Engels, did not exist at all before private property. And again, just as he argued on the women's issue, therefore, if you want the state to wither away, you have to get rid of private property. So, meaning that since he sees private property as a thing, it's very logical, his resolution, कि state अगर खराब है और ये जो women's oppression and it's linked to private property, then you get rid of private property, you get rid of the problem. And he says that it will happen if you get rid of private property, the state itself. The third thing that he discussed was the family. Some of it, what Kamla was saying today, is part of his argument. I may even repeat one or two of the points. He says himself that while the relationship of the state to private property is clear, to him it is very clear, it's not so easy to pinpoint the rise of the family. And this is where we get into even this discussion with Bhit Shah now. It's difficult for any of us to be definitive on this.
I'm sorry. This is a question.
नहीं, चलिए ये है कि मतलब state and private property is very clear about. And he says the family is linked. And he's clear of how the state comes about with private property. He's not too clear. He links it to the rise of the family with private property, but it's not very clear how it happens. Huh? So, and this, as I said, that even subsequently the work, people agree that the family has never been there, always been there. But at what point did it become a family, and what were all the permutations before it became the family that we know is अभी तक उस पर बहुत काम होना है, काम हो रहा है, but it has not been located. So it's not, as I said, easy to pinpoint it. The principal reason for this is the mistaken notion that एक अभी जो बात भी हो रही थी in terms of biological function of procreation, this is taken, biology has taken as some sort of reason for the family, but in many ways this is a mistaken notion. The biology in itself does not make the family. A lot of people think that. Just because there is a man and just because there is a woman and just because they even fall in love, as Bhit Shah was trying to say, it doesn't make for a family, the family that we know. It makes for what may be a relationship. It makes for anything, but it doesn't necessarily, in itself it doesn't make for a family. In reality, the family is a social institution that arose in a rudimentary, non-compulsory form in the last stage of the maternal clan system. The maternal clan system is in the stage of savagery. So, in a very rudimentary form, it starts forming at that time. But somehow, from this rudimentary form, it develops into this patriarchal family, linked to the class system and linked to private property. I mean, it's strengthened by all of that, but nobody knows why that initial, like you can say that savagery moved into barbarism with the introduction of agriculture. Barbarism moved into civilization with the discovery of metal, and with metal trade, and with trade expansionism and colonialism and all of that. But somehow that from this stage of whatever, how it moves into the family is just not, you can't pinpoint it in terms of how this was that moment when it happened. Biologically, that is in animals, and I said some of this, Kamla said just now, that the mother is the only figure. And yet, now in the father family, we see the father as the central figure. So this transition is important. The family is basically a socio-economic institution. It has nothing to do with love or caring or affection or whatever, which does not mean that caring and love and whatever are not human needs or desires or responses or whatever. But they don't make for marriage in themselves. Marriage is a social institution and an economic institution and a contractual institution and a legal institution and all of these, an ideological institution. But it has nothing to do with love.
Family is a
socio-economic unit.
Socio-economic unit.
Institution.
Both family and marriage, you're saying?
No, I'm saying the family. And then I went into to marriage. What I meant was that when we get into the legality of it, it becomes marriage. But the family is a socio-economic unit.
Family is not necessarily.
No. Family is a socio-economic institution. When it is solemnized or made legal, that's marriage.
Marriage is a part of the family.
Well, family can also exist without the marriage. A family has nothing to do with marriage either, just as love has nothing to do with family. Or marriage. So the family is a socio-economic institution that subjects procreation to man-made, male-made regulations, restrictions and laws. There is nothing, in other words, the family is a socio-economic institution that regulates or defines how you will procreate. Just this, that it limits which man you can go to or whatever. But these laws of this institution are made by men, not by men meaning even mankind. You can even include if women have got involved in that process and whatever, but meaning that there's nothing natural about them. Nothing that, it's not a part of nature. Animals do not get married or do not have, so it's not inherent in nature. And so anything other than the family is that, some of this I'm not going into because actually Kamla went into the thing of how, why the need for men, when I say man-made rules, once there is private property, once they do realize that they are responsible for this child and they want to maintain it, they want to establish fatherhood, parenthood, inheritance, etc. But this is an area in Engels, the family, which is, he wasn't able to quite explain this. And he himself linked it, you feel instinctively that there's something in it, and he put it down. And in fact, he ends with this, and this is at the point when he says more work is needed. So the switch from maternal brood, a group, a clan, which went into, as Kamla was explaining, some sort of pairing unit, which went into the family, which then, now marriage is a very late arrival. It's a extremely recent phenomenon, that there's something like a commitment that has any moral or legal sanctity. That's marriage is very recent. And just establishing this, which that marriage has nothing to do with the family, and family has nothing to do, meaning that love doesn't lead to family, and family doesn't lead to marriage in itself.
And even at this point of history, there are different forms of marriages in the world. There are different forms of families in the world. There are still sort of people living together without getting married, living together either with more than one woman or more than one man. There is this whole thing of many women and one husband, many husbands and one woman, at this time in history, in different parts of the world, in different communities.
There are, unless somebody has some questions on this pairing family, etc., I won't go into this. I can have a few details on it, meaning details of these transitions of how it came about. And,
I have some other general questions.
So if there are none, then what I'll go into is what is a critique. There are flaws in it, and the flaws are on the thing of where the family section is weak and the pairing family, and it's not quite explained. But these flaws even Marxists admit, meaning that there's not much of a debate on these flaws. So from this one can go into a critique of this as feminists of the problems in the whole theory. Engels gives a lot of details. In the book he'll say exactly how. When I ended on that note that he said that women should therefore join the working class, come into the productive force, join the working class, and therefore get involved in the working class movement, overthrow capital. By the elimination of private property, they are...
Subordination.
It feels that by elimination of private property, the institution of the oppression of women will also...
Right, because the oppression of women is linked to property. Now the problem in this theory is, and not a problem incidentally, it's not a critique of Engels in himself. It's the hindsight that we have today of looking at the last 100 years and seeing how capitalism has operated, which Engels could not necessarily have predicted, is where this critique comes. Logically, he was right when he argued that factories will keep expanding, capitalism keeps expanding. It needs cheap labor, and therefore, and the male worker cannot exist in the wages that the male worker gets. So more and more women will come into the labor force and be a part of the working class movement. What has happened in capitalism is that the logic of capitalism, that is, the logic of capitalism is to create more capital, to create wealth. The logic of capitalism has remained the same. It is still to create more and more wealth. But a whole range of other things have happened which Engels could not have predicted, the two wars, for example, and whatever, that have changed the system. And we found that capitalism uses women workers not as workers, but uses them only when it needs them.
Reserve workforce.
It's a reserve workforce. It is not the main workforce. And what Engels could not also have foreseen is the tremendous growth in technology that occurred in the 20th century, where capital-intensive industry rose very fast as opposed to labor-intensive. That means there weren't enough jobs. The capitalism can grow tremendously without increasing jobs. I mean, Pakistan, when we talk about industry, we'll see that the growth of industry has nothing to do with how many jobs you're creating, because your new factory is only having 10 workers as opposed to the one who used to, that same factory used to employ 500 before. So it's not absorbing that labor. And Engels was not a prophet. So, I mean, I think that, the blame, I always feel that Marxists should not even bother to try and argue on these points, but they do, but because they shouldn't take him as a prophet. They should see that he was not right in his thinking, wrong in his thinking, but he could not have predicted all the things that happened. So one of the things that has not happened is that women have not come into the labor force the way they've come in the least skilled positions. The division of labor has come into the factory floor, which Engels did not anticipate the way it has happened. That even when they're in a factory, they will be in sorting, and they will be in the least skilled positions and the least paid positions. They're never, or very seldom, part of the main labor force. So there's a problem of them getting involved with the working class movement as workers. So the question then arises is, can they come into the working class movement as wives? Especially, and this is where we'll get into the debate of family wage. Are they not also workers because they are part of the family wage, which is based on their surplus? They are part of that surplus too, creating that surplus. So can they be a part of the working class movement? In any case, this is a question, and we will be discussing this question later when we get into resolution. The other aspect of it is that if private property, or the oppression of women as he calls it, is linked entirely to private property, and if the proletariat has no property, which it doesn't, why do proletariat men have to control their women? If private property is what is responsible for the oppression of women, male workers have no private property. Why do they need to control women? Or oppress women? Sorry, not control. Oppress women. In other words, the oppression of women exists in workers' families, homes, with no property, no property that he owns, the worker. Why is she being oppressed? In other words, there's no need. If the only reason for male domination is private property, then why does the male worker dominate his wife? So these are some of the problems. Another problem is that it's not very clear to us, and Sunila will, and etc. are arguing this in their paper too. There is the origins of patriarchy and the link with capitalism is not clear in their work. It's not established enough that the two have necessarily come together, and that patriarchy is also dependent on, or its basis, economic basis, material base, is capitalism. And it's possible that patriarchy is another structure, an autonomous structure. Autonomous, not separate.
Sorry, say that again.
It's possible that patriarchy could be an autonomous structure. Meaning it could be a structure that doesn't only have to do with private property. And therefore will not go away with the elimination of private property. Maybe you will still have patriarchy. Meaning, in his thesis, it's not too clear how these two come together. And one of the things is that, as I said earlier, that why is a worker's home, worker's family, why is there patriarchy there? Because there is no economic need for it. Supposedly there's no economic need. The other question is that the whole issue of housework, which is not addressed by Engels, and that brings us again into that family wage issue, and something that Kamla talked about when she was talking about production and reproduction in terms of in terms of getting the worker fixed up enough to go to work the next morning, plus creating a new class of workers, which is a woman's role. And capitalism, in other words, requires housework. It requires somebody to look after the children, to look after the whole house, to look after this male worker. If it requires housework, how does capitalism, you see, Engels is basically arguing that under advanced capitalism, where all the women are in the workforce, women have already freed themselves of being oppressed as women. They are now working class. And housework, etc., have also gone by the board, because now she's in the... But he didn't look at the fact that capitalism requires her to do that too. And if it requires her to do that, it's not going to bring her into the workforce. It's only going to bring her in the workforce when it needs that cheap labor, or when there's a war on and they need women to work, or whenever it suits workers, and they will be fired when they are not needed. The other thing that's not clear, because we have not found in advanced capitalism in the United States even today, Britain, nor Germany, or whatever these advanced states are, that even when both male and female are working are in a part of the labor force, that the family withers away. The family is not withering in these countries. See, his whole thing was that as capitalism grows, women come into the labor force. Women are therefore freed, meaning, because his whole argument is that when peasants become labor, they have the freedom to sell their labor anywhere. So they are freer than they were as tenants or as, whatever. Similarly, when women come into the workforce, women are free. Now, if women are free, and then being free as male and female workers, they will become part of the labor force and the proletariat and bring about the working class revolution. And the family will wither in advanced capitalism. The family will not wither necessarily in socialism. Advanced capitalism, that stage the family already will wither. in advanced capitalism we have seen that the family does not wither because capitalism wants that family. The capitalism by ideology, basically it doesn't want it to wither because of economic reasons. It needs housework.
The family unit is getting smaller.
It has become, the family unit is not getting smaller because it's exactly where it was when Engels was writing. It was husband, wife, children.
No, but like
Less children, you mean?
just 2 children. That's
But the nuclear family, Usma, is whether you have 10 children or 2.
the family is there, yes.
That is the nuclear family.
The nuclear family is husband, wife,
And children, regardless of how many children.
The extended family is your
Joint
husband,
So,
joint family.
So the nuclear family already existed in the 1850s, in Europe, and that has remained. The children have got less, that's true. So they are also talking about the nuclear family. But they're saying that as it got to the nuclear family, once women and men are both working equally, both are getting the wages, etc., there's no need for the family. The family will wither away.